mayor will be right on. He didn't have his link to the Zoom meeting.
Okay.
We'll be waiting.
You know what they say, it won't be long now. I don't see the mayor yet.
That's it.
Okay.
The mayor's there?
Yes, he's connecting right now.
Oh, okay, because I was going to give him a few more minutes and I was going to get started.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I must apologize. My computer was acting up a little bit. We had a lot of lightning down there. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. So without further ado, since I'm late, we'll go ahead and get started. I'd like to call this August 18th, 2020 meeting of the City Council of Charleston to order. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Del Chapo.
Here.
Councilmember Shealy.
Here.
Councilmember Saccharin.
Here.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Here.
Councilmember Brady.
Present.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Waring.
Here.
Councilmember Seekings.
Here.
Councilmember Shea.
Present.
Councilmember Griffin.
Here.
Councilmember Appel.
Here.
Councilwoman Jackson.
Here.
Mayor Tecklenburg.
Here. Thank you. And if everyone would like to join us, Councilmember Mitchell will join us, will lead us in a prayer.
Well, let's bow our heads. This is a prayer for the nation, prayer that you and all the believers would seek God in humility and that God will be bringing healing to our nation. Then if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek thy face and turn from their wicked ways, I will hear from heaven and forgive their sins and restore the land. Then we are asking God to look at the people that's dying, their family members who have lost loved ones. Give them peace in the time of bereavement at this time. We know that this pandemic is taking a lot of us from here. And also look at the people who are losing their job, our sister city who have laid off 200 people And those people are going to have a trying time also. So we're looking at them and praying for all of them too, because we are all as one. We have to come together as one. This is one city, and but our cities next door, they're still one city. These blessings we ask in your name. Amen.
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 Amen. Thank you. Now, over my shoulder to my right is our United States flag. Will you please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
Allegiance
To
to the flag
Of
of
the
the United States
of America,
and to the republic
for
for which it stands, one nation under God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
liberty and justice for all.
for all.
Well, thank you, council members and those who have joined us. I have, speaking of flags, maybe, I have the distinct honor to introduce to you a friend and a leader in our state, Tom Mulliken. Tom served, by the way, as the chairman of the governor's Floodwater Commission, which produced this amazing document of recommendations for our state and raise the awareness for state government and for our citizens of the need for us to address stormwater, floodwater, and sea level rise. And I thank him for his leadership on that commission, and work will continue as he may share with us briefly. But Tom is also I would say, a naturalist, an environmentalist, an explorer, just an amazing individual. And so speaking of flags, when I first got elected and sworn in as mayor, there was a gentleman who had been given a flag by Mayor Riley when he was headed down to Antarctica. And he brought back this flag that I keep here in my office. It's a city of Charleston flag that went to the South Pole. And so when I reconnected with Tom a couple of years ago, when he became chair of the Floodwater Commission, he said, well, I'm getting ready to head off to hike to the top of Mount Everest, the highest point on the earth, of course. And so when I got back to my office, I sent him yet another City of Charleston flag and asked him if he would take it to Mount Everest for us. And just a couple of weeks ago, when Tom was in Charleston, he presented this flag back to us, the City of Charleston flag that Tom Mulliken took to Mount Everest. So without further ado with that introduction, Tom, I'd like to call on you and just maybe share a few remarks, not only about the Floodwater Commission, about your environmental work in the state of South Carolina. But somebody needs to unmute you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for having us. Let me first say thank you for that beautiful prayer and offering to remember all those that are suffering today. So we're genuinely grateful for your words. And I've known the mayor for a long time. I had the pleasure and honor of working for Charleston's own Senator Fritz Hollings for about a dozen years on and off. And we go way back to when the mayor had dark hair and I had some hair. That was a long time ago. I would say that to me, the significance of the flag, for what it's worth, is when we raised that flag, I think we were the first in history to have climbed all 7 summits and have dives in all the 5 oceans. So we brought that flag with us and back from us, just as an indication that South Carolinians can do whatever South Carolinians put their mind to. We get teased a lot. I'm here with my son, who's really the world-class climber. And we've had the good fortune of spending a lot of time around the world. And we just finished the first South Carolina 7, where we hiked from the mountains to the sea and had our finish line reception at the Charleston Aquarium. And they were just up today here in Camden, where we plan many more events and look forward to collaborating. I won't take up any of your time. I know you have a lot of important business, but just let me say that for a poor country lawyer from Camden being recognized, the city of the key to the city of Charleston that we love is our own holy city. Just thank you so much. We love you, Mr. Mayor, and we love all y'all with all you're dealing with in Charleston. and we wish you the very best.
All right. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
A remarkable flag collection. So if anybody's planning on flying over the North Pole, Tom, if you ever head up that way, let me know. We need to continue building our collection of City of Charleston flags.
We'll get you one from the Arctic too, Mr. Mayor. You just gave me a mission.
All right. So next, I would like to recognize, and I do believe they're on the call, members of the City of Charleston Hurricane Task Force who have been led by Dan Fleeces. Mike Tito in the mayor's office serves on the task force along with Matt Altop from our public service department, Captain Tony Cortella with the police department, and Assistant Chief Kenny Jenkins with the fire department. And their work for the last few months, really ever since the beginning of the year, really was notable and came together just week before last when we had a scare that we might have impacts from Hurricane Isaias. And so they're ready for the season. They've been working on this for months. They've been closely working with Shannon Scaff, our emergency management director. But I wanted, and to tell you the truth, y'all know this, but it's the whole team of Charleston comes together whenever we're dealing with the prospects of a hurricane coming to town. But this was a little different structure this year of having this task force come together and work on it earlier in the year rather than, waiting for hurricane season to be upon us. So I wanted to commend them and shout out to them. And maybe Dan, I'll give you the opportunity if you would like to share any words as chair of the Hurricane Task Force to our city council.
Just very proud of Chief Jenkins, Captain Cortella, Matt Altop, Mike Tito, lots of hard work. We asked a lot of questions. Once we answered them, we would ask more questions to try to fill in gaps. And so, and this was in addition to their regular duties. So just very proud of these gentlemen, and it's an honor for all of us to serve. Thank you.
God bless. Does anybody have any questions of Dan or Hurricane Task Force? Thank y'all for your work and your service. Now, if council will allow me, a couple other matters came up that I would like to recognize that are not on the agenda. One is the 100-year anniversary of the 19th Amendment passage, and the other is the passing of a dedicated public servant of Charleston, Floyd Breland. But without objection, I would like to share with council a resolution about the 19th Amendment. You all know it was ratified back 100 years ago, guaranteeing women the right to vote and marking the largest expansion of democracy in U.S. history. This milestone was achieved thanks to unrelenting courage and determination of a group of women who marched, advocated, organized for the right to cast a vote in the United States. You probably saw an article in the paper this morning about local Charlestonians who were involved in the effort. And the 19th Amendment states, by the way, exactly, the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. This historic achievement was hard-won as the women's suffrage movement first began back in 1848, saw decades of struggle, protests, and incarceration spanning the turn of the century. While the passage of the 19th Amendment represented historic progress in women's right for equality, it did not guarantee suffrage for all women. In the years that followed the passage, extensive campaign and series of additional laws were required in order to fully open ballot access to those who remained shut out, including Black women, Mexican Americans, Native Americans, Chinese Americans, and Korean Americans. The passage of the 19th Amendment did not mark the end of the fight towards equality. Rather, it signified the beginning of a movement that continues today as we collectively work towards a fair and more prosperous future. So this was in proclamation form. Now, therefore, I, John J. Tecklenburg, Mayor of the City of Charleston, do hereby resolve to honor the trailblazing suffragists who fought for equality more than a century ago and recommit ourselves to taking the necessary steps to address existing challenges and continue working to expand the opportunity for women and girls everywhere and the right to vote. So there were a couple other historical facts that I thought I would share. You know, it was ratified on this date in 1920. The actual the passage of the amendment was on June the 3rd of 1919. Of course, it required all the states to accept or ratify or reject the 19th Amendment. I do think it's notable to share that on January 28th, 1920, that South Carolina was one of the states that voted to reject the 19th Amendment. And then in order to maybe make up amends for lost time, on July 1st of 1969, South Carolina officially ratified the 19th Amendment. So we were a little late to the table. I would also share that, of course, the ability to vote also opened up the ability in most part to run and hold office. And since the city of Charleston was incorporated back in 1783, only 13 women have held the office of alderman or city council as we know us today in our 237-year history as an incorporated body. So, and that cumulative service totals now 144 years of service by the 13 women who have served on city council, including Councilmember Jackson and Councilmember Del Chapo with us today, but also included, I'm going to shout their names out if you don't mind, Kathleen Wilson, Deb Morinelli, Ann Francis Bleeker, Yvonne Evans, my mom, Esther Tecklenburg, Mary Ader, Brenda Scott, Hilda Hutchinson Jefferson, Mary Utsi from 1960 to 1967, Belazant Moorer from 1924 to 1927, and the first woman serving on city council, Clelia Perrineau McGowan, also from 1924 and 1927. You'll note that her portrait hangs in city council chamber. So congratulations. Would the women on council like to make any comments?
No, thank you. I appreciate being recognized.
Hearing none, I do also want to note for council, you probably saw that Floyd Breland, here's a picture of Floyd. He passed away. His funeral service was today. I won't read the whole thing. You might have seen his obituary. I'll present this to his family, but I will point out that he was an educator for 38 years. And when he retired from being a teacher, he ran for public office, serving in the State House, District 111, which incorporates, I think it's almost entirely in the city of Charleston. He served from November of 1992 until 2008. He was a member of Mother Emanuel Church, right, Councilmember Gregory, and a member of the choir. He had this huge, booming, beautiful singing voice, and he has a lovely wife, and his son is grown now and lives out of town. He lived on Moultrie Street right there across from Hampton Park. But he was an outstanding citizen of our city and served our city and our country well. He served in the armed forces as well. So here's a memory to Floyd Breland and his service to our city, state, and country. Councilmember Shade in Saxon.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. And just want to go back to our commemoration of the women's suffrage. and make a couple of points for us to understand the impact of the passage of that amendment. We may forget that the folks who served on juries throughout the country, that those jurors were selected from the voting rolls. So if you were not a registered voter, you could not serve on a jury, which meant that women were excluded from serving on both criminal and civil juries. That is a major improvement over time as to what that means for folks having a fair trial in our civil and criminal justice system. And it's a fact that we should not gloss over or ignore, but we need to celebrate this milestone as to the number of women who have served our country, have served our state, and served our community with such passion and have brought so much more to our governance. And you mentioned those women who served on city council. There are several women who served on county council in the state house who are from the Charleston area. And they were trailblazers in this community. And we commemorated last year the medical university worker strike, and that strike to bring a fair wage to workers was started by women. And we don't celebrate this enough. We don't pound our fists on the podium loud enough to express our appreciation for those brave women who have led us in our community from time to time. God bless them. They are unsung heroes throughout. And this is a milestone we need to recognize and appreciate. A quick shout out to Scott Watson. The Charleston 350 Commission has been working to try to put together some type of more formal presentation of recognition, part of our history with this. And he's been working with the Post and Courier and our partners with TRIO. But I just wanted to make that comment and I appreciate your work on having this proclamation presented to us tonight. This is a significant time in our history, and a significant time in our community, and it resonates in 2020. Thank you for the opportunity to make those brief comments, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Sackman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it brief. My wife would be upset if I didn't mention that, as a new council member, not only do I think that, the folks that you had mentioned that came before us are important, but, I'm looking forward, and no offense to you, Mayor, I don't think you're going to be as mayor for a bunch more years, but I'm looking forward to our first female mayor and first African American mayor that we have in the city of Charleston. And hopefully it's during my time on council. So just wanted to mention that and say, it's nice to know that all those folks were trailblazers, but looking towards the future, hopefully I'm on council when we see those days come to fruition. So
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have one thing to put forward. I'm not sure that we will be bringing it to City Council, but tomorrow the Women's Commission will meet as we normally do once a month. And we're going to discuss making a recommendation to our U.S. Senator, Lindsey Graham, who is the chairman of the Judiciary Committee of the Senate. Right now, the ERA has been voted on for ratification by the required 38 states across the nation. And the only thing that's stopping it from being ratified and put into law is the fact that when it was put forward to the states for ratification back in the late 70s, it had a timeout, which is a very unusual way of doing a constitutional amendment. And so we are joining across the country and the world, actually, to ask the Senate to eliminate the deadline for having that ratification be recognized, because we have the number of states, we have the number of people that want the ERA to finally go into effect. So I hope that individually we can each support that, and we might be bringing that to council, but I don't think we want to take another series of meetings to do that. So I think we will probably send it directly as a letter of request and recommendation to Senator Graham. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you. Councilmember Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank you for adding those two items to the agenda today, Mr. Mayor. Also wanted to comment a little bit again on former Representative Breland. Everything you said was spot on, but he was a stakeholder in the community that, touched kids from a young age, all the way, as you said, went up to the State House. But even after putting a career in the State House, he came back to the College of Charleston, and he headed up the Call Me Mr. program. For those unfamiliar with that program, the Call Me Mr. program attempts to recruit African-American males who want to major in education so they can go in our public school system. He has enhanced that program to the point to where the College of Charleston has put a scholarship in his name to help it continue. So he's one of those guys who's just a yeoman worker in the community. As you say, he was a talented singer, and I know Councilmember Mitchell sang with him on probably numerous occasions, but he also had a wonderful sense of humor. He was just a great family man. So thank you for that recognition. And I would hope maybe on the next council meeting, we can recognize Anita Zucker and the Intertech group for the wonderful series that's been put in the newspaper and Post-Courier, recognizing women and their talent across the local community. It's just been wonderful to see some of the people, most of which we all know, being recognized. So, and the articles that's been covered about even in today's paper, about the 19th Amendment. So hopefully we can put that on next council's agenda. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, just pretty quick, Mr. Mayor. Even Councilmember Waring stated, and about Floyd Breland, he was a good friend of mine. And we talked all the time. Like we said, we sang together and on different concerts and things like that. And also in 1969 with the amendment, even with the women's marching out there, Councilmember Waring, father, and I, and Councilman Waring, we marched out there with them during the nurses' strike. And I was involved in the nurses' strike during that time, and trying to make a difference with the probably what was going on with the nurses during that time, with the African-American nurses. And, we had the strike during that time. We had curfew during that time. We had a whole lot of stuff going on at that time when we had a nurses' strike. So, those things I can remember just like it was yesterday, and we marched around and did a whole lot of things there. So I was involved in, like I said, there's movements, like since I was a young age, and I remember those things wholeheartedly. But Mr. Floyd Breland, he was a good friend. He wanted me to run for that state seat, but I was still working at the time, so I couldn't do it. And that's the only reason I didn't go for the House of Representatives. I spoke to Congressman Clyburn, and all of them came to me, and I said, no, I'm working. I can't take off my job and go to North Columbia. So that's why I didn't run for the seat at that time. So
you told Floyd you do it.
No, I couldn't do it.
Mr. Mill, one last thing,
yes,
if you will. Councilmember Mitchell talked about the nurses' strike and the march, but remember when, we don't remember this, but we know of the cigar factory strike.
Exactly right.
That was led by women. And I know everybody on this call in this meeting is familiar with the song, We Shall Overcome, during the civil rights movement. That was penned and originated right here in Charleston, South Carolina, during the cigar factory strike.
Yes.
So, very strong history for women's rights in this town. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely. Well, y'all keep it up. We love to recognize you. All right, next we go to our public hearings. We have 9 of them this evening, and I think people have signed up in advance to be able to speak. Mr. Morgan, if I may call on you to begin presentation of number 1.
Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
What are we going to do about the people who want to speak, who've sent in messages and that sort of thing? We're going to do that after that?
If it was particular to a public hearing matter,
we have those, but we also have the people that just wanted to leave a comment, which comes before that.
We're going to do public participation and after the public hearing.
Okay.
Maybe I'm not understanding your question.
I understand that, but these are the people who just wanted to leave comments. So you want to do it all at the same time?
I prefer to do them as we do each item. Do you
Okay.
have them tagged as to which item they're for?
They've said, this is just citizens participation and then the public hearings. We'll wait for the public hearings. But we have been doing them like they were placed on the agenda. So that's what I was asking, but we can do it afterwards. It's not a big issue.
Okay. Well, I'd like to do the public hearings now. That's what's on the agenda. And then as Mr. Morgan calls out an item, if you've got somebody's comment, please just let me know.
I will,
That'd be
okay.
great. All right, Christopher.
Yes, sir. We are going to go to the public hearings. Okay. I hope you all are seeing that screen.
Christopher, could you speak a little closer to
Yes,
where
sir.
your
Yes,
microphone
sir.
is?
Is that better?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Thank you.
Yes.
Better? Okay. All right. So here's the first one, which is on Lock Haven Drive, West Ashley, approximately 3 acres, TMS 306000090. It's a rezoning from general office classification to business park BP classification. And here you see the property. It's off of the Glen McConnell Parkway. It is between an apartment complex that's back here. I believe it's the Palms, and a condo complex that fronts on Glen McConnell Parkway over here to the southeast. It is a vacant piece of property. The request is for business park so that a cellular phone tower can be erected on the site, because that is not allowed in general office. Here it is in the Century 5 plan, and it shows as job center. So business park would be appropriate for the job center recommendation. Again, you can see where the property is located here. It's adjacent to some land that the city owns. That's part of, it's on the other side of Glen McConnell Parkway. That's part of our West Ashley Park, but it's just a preserved green space area there. So it is fairly centrally located for the cellular purposes. And here is an aerial view of it. There also are overhead transmission lines in the area. So again, it's served this kind of utility function already. So, you know, we were very comfortable with this being a request in this area. And here you see an oblique image of the property. Again, the apartments there in the Palms, and then some other condominiums are down Egret Crest Lane here. And again, staff and planning commission are recommending approval of this. It was at the July 2020 meeting and recommended for approval 8-0.
All right. Did we have anyone that wanted to be heard on this?
Mr. Mayor, oh.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
This is Jennifer. James Wilson had signed up to speak, but the number that he registered with is not on the call. And Brian Hellman, Jonathan Yates, and Keith Powell are on the line in case council members have any questions. They did not sign up to speak, but they are available if council has questions.
They represent the owner, I take it?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Okay, Councilmember Mitchell, the matter comes to council.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
I second.
Approval, please.
We had a motion to approve.
second.
And a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Mr. Morgan, number 2.
Okay. All right. And this is an item that is was advertised for public hearing, and our staff inadvertently did not send the PUD document to council members or include it in the agenda package. We had just this cover sheet. So we are going to ask that tonight you all, if you feel comfortable, just give a first read, and then we will redo the public hearing in September. But this is a very, very simple PUD in this location on King Street. It's Upper King Street between the ramps that are the entranceway and exit from I-26 as it's coming across the peninsula and heading into the Septima P. Clark Parkway. This is a kind of orphan piece of property up until now. What you may be seeing going up here is a new office building that's on the portion of the property here. And that's a new 5-story office building that's under construction already. And that property actually was also entitled for an accommodations use. And what this PUD would do would be transfer that accommodations use to the rear portion of the property, where there are a number of older single family houses and duplexes that have fallen into disrepair. They've been rentals and were in tough shape. And the city had been trying to get improvements made to those properties. And what this PUD would do would be allow for those properties to be used for up to 30 accommodations units. Of course, the property was in the zone that could have had 50 accommodations units, but they would keep it to just 30 accommodations units. There also may be the ability to move one or more of the houses that are in this area to a lot that is at the corner of Fishburne and Cumming Street and use them for affordable housing. And that is something we are also pursuing, and you're going to see a rezoning tonight or a zoning tonight for that property as well. But again, this is on Upper King. It's already being used for this office use here. It was recommended at Planning Commission with an 8-0 vote. Planning Commission did not put conditions on it, but they did just make a couple of comments, such as considering the addition of green space or open space. The PUD is such a small PUD that was not a part of it. It's not a requirement. And the applicants can speak to a little bit of how it's a very tight site. And I'll show you some images there. And then they also referenced adding calculation to increase affordable housing provided at maximum build out. And again, the applicants are working with us on some affordable housing ideas in the surrounding area. This is in our urban and urban core area in the Century 5 plan. Here is an aerial image. It is immediately adjacent to the Cumming Street shaft for our Spring Cannon drainage improvements that are finishing up. In fact, this area has been finished up recently. It's also going to involve this upper part of the St. Philip Street right-of-way, which would be deactivated from the state system and made part of this development. Again, this is the parcel that has the new office building under construction. In fact, the owners have leased land adjacent to the interstate in these areas here that are public right-of-way for additional parking for that office building as well. Here's an aerial image of some of the structures on the site. Some of these structures, I believe this structure and this structure are actually from the 1990s, but the other structures are much older. The one structure you see here in the middle is not a part of the PUD. It is the one parcel in this kind of 2-block area that is not part of the PUD. And then here are some other structures that would be renovated as part of this. And you can see that some of these are in pretty dilapidated shape and could definitely benefit from some renovation. Here's some street view of these structures in the area. Again, the upper part of St. Philip Street. And this is just a description of the PUD that again was inadvertently left out of your packages, and we apologize for that. And then here is the overall PUD plan, which involves mixed use to the front where the office building is and its associated parking, and then the accommodations area that would be to the rear with the cluster of small houses converted into accommodations uses. Here's a plat of the property and everything that is included there. So you see the overall area. And again, Planning Commission recommended approval, as does staff for this PUD.
I see you, Councilmember Mitchell, but let me ask Jennifer and Vanessa if they have anyone from the public that had registered.
For E2, I have James Wilson. Jennifer, do you have James Wilson?
The number he registered with is not on the call.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me. This is James Wilson speaking.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Wilson, please share your comments with us.
Very, very good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'll be brief because, as usual, Mr. Morgan has done an excellent job describing this PUD. The property, as you've seen, is basically sort of a peninsula property located in the middle of the Septima Clark Parkway, where the ramps come down from I-26. And so it's not an ideal place exactly for family homes. The existing homes have been empty for a couple of years and were previously used for student apartments. And as Mr. Morgan described, we have some historic structures in here that are in need of some real renovation. The property is currently zoned as general business. One small piece is limited business. The proposed PUD basically keeps the same uses of general business. And as Mr. Morgan described, it really is just removing the allowed accommodations use from King Street and shrinking it and permitting it on the back piece of property instead. They're really sort of two components. There's that front piece, which has the office building going up right now with some surface parking behind it, and then the rear piece, which is basically these historic structures that would be renovated and put into use for accommodations use. It does not change any height districts. And then just in terms of, we've tried to get out and talk to most folks. We've met with, we've either talked or met with representatives of, sorry, I should say, we're not technically within a neighborhood. We're sort of right in between Cannon Borough, LA Borough, and West Side. We have been in touch with representatives of both those neighborhoods. We've met with the Historic Charleston Foundation and Preservation Society, and of course spent a lot of time working with the planning department. That's been great. The one piece of this that's really not part of the PUD, but together with the PUD, we've been working with the planning staff as well as with Gianna Shaw Johnson on trying to accomplish some affordable housing across the street there, and we've been involved with that. And my client has agreed to donate the two more recent homes that are non-historic to move over there. And so far we've got good reception at DOT, and that's in the approval process.
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor, are we going to time people?
We should be, yes, Mr. Wilson.
Okay,
Can you wrap up, please?
Fair enough, of course. And so we think this is a small project, but that has real substantial impact in terms of restoring some historic structures, creating new office space right on King Street, reducing accommodations and moving it off King Street, and hopefully creating some great new affordable housing. So with that, of course, we're available to answer any questions, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and council members, I've spoken with Mr. Wilson on two occasions, and I looked at the property and went around and looked at what he is doing, and I advised him to contact both neighborhood associations, all those not in a neighborhood association perimeter, but then it's closer to it. So he is doing that. So he is doing everything I asked him to do, and so I don't really have a problem with it. So I can vote to have it approved.
All right.
This is the first reading. This is first reading. So if anything else come up, we can always go through that. But right now, everything is moving smoothly.
All right. Can I entertain a motion to?
I'll move.
Second.
We got a motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 The ayes have it. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. And so next is number 3, not a zoning matter, but well, kind of a zoning matter, but to help affordable housing. Mr. Morgan.
And Mr. Lindsay is going to kind of guide you all through these amendments here.
Okay. Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Amendment, this is Ordinance Amendment E3, which is an ordinance to amend Chapter 54 of the Code of the City of Charleston, the zoning ordinance. And what this does is it incorporates provisions to allow the subdivision and development of single affordable housing as a conditional use within multiple base zoning districts. And this was recommended 6-1 by Planning Commission at the July meeting. Now, just a brief, very brief introduction. What you'll see here on this map are a series of blue stars. Those are individual locations of houses that our department analyzed along with Ms. Gianna Shaw Johnson. We looked at 16 different case studies of affordable housing that the city of Charleston had built over the years. And we looked at the BZA variances that were required to build each of them. The recommendations that are before you tonight are the ones that prove to be a barrier or a challenge for these projects that we analyzed in each case. And the third bullet point here is that the conditional use standards were also reviewed to determine the impact on the neighborhood character. So we did look at the individual neighborhoods and how they were impacted. So we'll go to the next slide, Christopher, if you don't mind. Thank you. So what this ordinance does is it applies citywide, and there is an important condition on that that I'll get to at the end of this presentation. It makes the standards more flexible only for affordable housing projects, not for all housing, just affordable. It makes the standards apply for single-family detached dwellings in SR1, SR2, and SR6. And it provides flexible standards for one-family detached and attached dwellings in STR, DR1, DR1F, DR2, and DR2F. So most of the neighborhoods in the city are in one of these zoning categories. And if you have a single-family affordable detached home, it provides more flexibility, avoiding a trip to the BZA, helps to deliver affordable housing in a faster manner. What the ordinance does not do is it doesn't change the standards for all new housing, and it does not change subdivision standards for market rate development. That's very important. So go to the next slide, Christopher. Thank you. A couple of revisions that have happened in this ordinance, both the CD committee as well as in front of the Planning Commission. The first is that there are no parking reductions. So the parking standards are the same that would apply to any residential project anywhere in the city. The frontage requirements for SR2 remain at 40 feet, with the exception, this is what I mentioned before, properties that are in Ashleyville, Maryville. If you're in Ashleyville, Maryville, the 50-foot frontage still applies for these projects. And the provisions that have been added for single-family attached dwelling units or townhomes, that was not in the original, so townhomes do apply for this benefit if they are affordable. And we also added a provision for the Charleston Court within DR2 and DR2F. These are small infill projects that you would have on the peninsula. We'll go to the next slide. And this has just the text of the ordinance, which we can get into if any of you want to see the reference of a specific line. We can go to the end of this. Christopher has set our lot table here. So we can just go through that. If any of you would like to go to specific text in the ordinance, we have it here for your reference. So with that, I'll conclude this presentation and leave it to council for discussion.
All right, well, first let's ask if anybody from the public wanted to be heard on this. Vanessa or Jennifer?
Now, I was about to say, I have one item for E3, and this is coming from Marcia Higgins. Jennifer, do you have a Marcia Higgins?
I do, and I have sent a request to unmute her. Ms.
I am unmuted.
There you go. Is that Ms. Higgins?
Yes.
Please, please share with us your comments about this matter. Thank you for being with us.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Tecklenburg and City Council members. I agree and think that all of us agree that the City of Charleston needs more affordable housing. However, this zoning ordinance takes away the protection of zoning requirements from neighborhoods. The Maryville, Ashleyville community has been speaking up and fighting for years to protect the character of our historic community and also to prevent changes in the zoning requirements from having a negative impact on Maryville, Ashleyville. Now these things we have fought for and won are being taken away in the name of affordable housing and in this zoning ordinance. Yes, there is an exception statement. It's one phrase, shall have a minimum lot frontage of 50 feet. This ordinance takes away what we already have, and what we fought for is to keep a minimum, and we're talking about only a minimum lot size of 50 by 100 feet. We fought for and to keep single-family detached houses only. This ordinance calls for apartments, condominiums, and attached dwellings. The last battle we won was the requirement for averaging surrounding lot frontage shall apply. That's based on the zoning law 54-824-CL. Now, we won this through an appeal because incorrect information was provided by Mr. Liebeck Shelder and Councilman Keith Waring. They did not give the correct information about the variance of his property. That's Mr. Waring's property, located on Tripe and Main Streets in Ashleyville. Now, this is being taken away, that the requirement for averaging surrounding lot frontage shall not apply, and we feel that it should apply. These three things, really, if it's added to the exception statement for Maryville, Ashleyville, would be great and would give us the protection we would like to have. In addition, it is requested that Councilman Keith Waring recuse himself from discussion and voting on this ordinance because he has a conflict of interest. Councilman Keith Waring will receive a personal financial benefit from his discussion and vote on this ordinance. This is based on the fact that he owns property located in Ashleyville that has not yet been subdivided and this ordinance would apply to. If you would please consider Councilman Keith Waring recusing himself. Thank you. And please consider who already lives in the neighborhoods this ordinance would affect. We ask you to please vote no. Do not approve this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Higgins. Was there anyone else, Vanessa or Jennifer?
I have two names on the sheet, and well, it's not really names. It says that there are 4 people in support of amending Chapter 54 of the Code of the City of Charleston, Part 16 of Article 2, for the Planning Commission to remove cluster overlay conservation development from base zoning districts on Johns Island and James Island. And then the other one says, 13 people are asking for support in decreasing the required lot size for affordable housing in the Charleston area with the exception to the Ashleyville and Maryville neighborhoods. Those are the only 2.
All right.
In addition to the one that we just heard.
Right. I don't know that the first one really was applicable to this matter, but the second one sounds like it was.
Yes.
But it was close, the first one. All right. So hearing none others, it comes to council. Would anyone like to make a motion or be heard? Councilmember Jackson.
I appreciate, I've heard Ms. Higgins many times, and actually I need to provide her with an apology because if I listened in on the Planning Commission meeting in July when this issue came before the Planning Commission, and she had very bad communication audio, so it was very hard for anyone on the call to understand her. I think I would like a clarification of the ordinance as it is in front of us compared to her comments to us tonight, because it was my understanding that every street named in the ordinance is an exception to the entire ordinance, not just the 50-foot width, right? I mean, none of the descriptions of the ordinance, as we're going to vote on it in support of affordable housing in other parts of the city, are going to apply to any of those street addresses in Maryville, Ashleyville. Is that correct?
Mr. Lindsay?
Councilmember, my interpretation is that the streets that are listed that are within Ashleyville, Maryville are not eligible to receive the automatic exception for the lot frontage. So what it does is it preserves the 50-foot lot frontage throughout Ashleyville, Maryville, which is the thing that we heard from the community after meeting with them that was so important to the character of Ashleyville, Maryville, is that 50-foot lot frontage. The other provisions would still apply. However, the 50-foot lot frontage is intact in Ashleyville, Maryville.
So the fact that they're objecting to the changes from a single family use only to townhouses, that would not be protected unless we made a change to this ordinance as an amendment on behalf of Maryville, Ashleyville, right?
That's correct. It's only lot frontage, but to be clear, that means that you would have to have a 50-foot wide townhouse, which would be a very unusual thing to have. If that makes sense,
Because you
Councilman.
can only put one townhome on a lot.
Correct. If it's single family fee simple townhome, you have to have a 50-foot wide townhome. So that's not a likely outcome, and it does not apply to condominiums or multifamily in any way.
And this is a second reading, right? So we really need to get this straightened out
That is correct.
at this hearing.
So, but you're clear on your question now, right? Okay. Councilmember Sacrin, and then Gregory.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a very similar question to Councilmember Jackson, and I think some of this predates my time on council, but it's my understanding, I'm not sure if Ms. Hamilton's on, that a lot of this was vetted through the neighborhood association and the discussions have been had there. I'm not sure if Councilmember Waring or Councilmember Shade wants to weigh in and just remind us that I do believe a lot of this certainly was weighed through the neighborhood association, and Diane Hamilton has weighed in favor of this ordinance. Is that correct?
I can give more history on it, but anyway, go ahead.
Is there a motion pending yet?
There's not a motion pending yet.
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve in a second. And Councilmember Sacrin, I'm sorry, who were you asking that question of?
I just, I guess I'm asking a similar question to Councilmember Jackson, but I would also like some background on some of the conversations that were had at the Asheville Maryville Neighborhood Association meetings that I've attended, and I've heard concerns, but I believe, based on my understanding, Ms. Hamilton, who's the president, supports this ordinance change or supports the change. And I just want to make sure that's confirmed. And I guess some background from Councilmember Waring or Councilmember Shade.
Okay. So I think Councilmember Gregory had his hand up next, and then I'll come to Councilmember Waring.
I have a question for Jacob. If we did nothing, okay, we didn't change it, will that restrict the availability of affordable units going into that area?
If we did nothing, the affordable units can still be built in Asheville, Maryville. They can still be built throughout the city. However, they'll have to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals for a variance if they need one for lot coverage, setback, or any of these other issues. But you can still build affordable housing in Asheville, Maryville, and the rest of the city. It just isn't going to be as streamlined. It's going to add cost and it's going to add time. That's what this ordinance does. It reduces cost. It reduces time.
Okay. If, as a follow-up, and I hate talking around because Councilman Waring is right here. I mean, given the current lot sizes, okay, couldn't that property accommodate many more units?
If you're referring to
under the current, okay, will that lot have the opportunity to even build more units? And by doing what we're doing, aren't we providing fewer, quote unquote, affordable units in that area?
So I'll take those one at a time. First of all, if you're speaking specifically about the multifamily or about the townhouse project that Councilmember Waring is working on in Asheville, Maryville, first of all, I don't know. I'm not prepared to answer how many units he could build there. Perhaps he would know that off the top of his head. I don't know. However, I will tell you this: that property is zoned DR, diverse residential. It is not zoned SR like the rest of Asheville and Maryville. So it's got a zoning category on it where you can build townhomes by default. Whereas most of Asheville and Maryville is zoned SR2, where townhomes cannot be built by that zoning. So it's exceptional in that way, and that you can build townhomes legally on that site. So I can tell you that. I don't know the density, the maximum density off the top of my head. So that's the first part of that. And the second part of your question, could you help clarify that a little bit more? in terms of what you'd like me to answer.
I guess what I'm saying, if you go up on the lot size, if you go to 50 feet, okay, that then means that the owner will not have the ability to build as many units.
That's correct.
Okay, so that in itself is perhaps, given what I'm hearing from Ms. Higgins, is a good thing for them.
So I'd like to
However, and I'm just saying, however, if the owner, okay, decides right now to do what he can do, okay, which is townhouses, am I correct? Okay, many more units can go on that site as townhouses.
I don't know the answer to that question, council member. I just don't know how many, I don't know the density. I'd have to go look at that site specifically, and I can do that probably during the course of this meeting. But I will tell you this, but just to respond to your question, you are correct that by limiting the lot to 50 feet, you would have fewer affordable units than if you could subdivide it down by right. However, one more thing about this, this does not prevent a property owner from requesting a subdivision to a smaller lot. They can still do it. They just have to go through the formal process with a public hearing.
I mean, we're talking around, and I think we may be able to the vote might be affected, but I think if the property owners here, the property owners should be allowed to clarify some things for us. And I definitely would like to hear from Councilman Waring or Ms. Johnson.
And I'm going to get to him next. But
okay.
Councilmember Waring, if I may have executive privilege just to ask a question that I think clarifies a little bit of who all this applies to, because what we're basically doing with this ordinance is trying to make it easier for affordable housing, but it has to be a bona fide affordable housing product. And so any property owner out there in the city of Charleston won't be able, if he had a lot big enough to subdivide, just to willy-nilly utilize this unless he's willing to commit that this be an affordable housing product. So I want to ask the question, so for clarification, what would you have to do to be able to get these kind of passes for these exceptions? Who would this apply to?
You asking that to me? Mr.
No, I'm asking it to either Jacob or Gianna.
So Mayor, I'd like to let Gianna weigh in if you don't mind. I will say that it is spelled out in the ordinance, and in effect, Gianna has to say that it is in fact affordable. It has to meet the criteria, and she may want to speak to that specifically.
Mayor, as with any other project, Mayor and Council, we would qualify the project at the onset, and then we would have recordations either through an MOU or restrictive covenants that say that if it is the for sale unit, it goes up to persons who earn 120 of the 120% of the area median income. And if it's a rental property based on the funding sources, then it would qualify as rental, which means it would likely qualify for persons who earn 60% and below the area median income. There are sometimes when we go up as far as 80% under the rental provisions, but we do actually legally record those documents to ensure that the affordable criteria is met.
So I just wanted to bring that point up to share with council and with our citizens that this isn't going to make some broad impact on neighborhoods. This is basically going to be a tool of those entities, most of them are nonprofits, the city itself, who are in the business of creating bona fide affordable housing products in our city. So with all that, Councilmember Ware.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an issue that came before the Maryville-Ashleyville neighborhood in 2014. As a matter of fact, I'll be happy to send out news articles on it. The property is up for rezoning, and I had a drawing done and showed the neighborhood that I'd like to put 6 affordable housing units there. Went for the neighborhood association. They approved it, and they supported it at the planning commission meeting. It is zoned for townhouses, and I told the community at that time I would not put townhouses. I wanted to put 6 affordable units there. It's been since 2014 until now 2020 it has taken to get the right to put 6 affordable housing there. The property is, do the math right quick, it's 309 feet across the front and it's 100 feet deep. If you divided that by 5 lots, that comes to 61.8. If you divide it by 6, it comes to 51.5 feet. The reason she brought up Mr. Batchelder, there is an ordinance on the book that says you have to adhere to the average lot size. Well, over time, some people in Ashleyville, everybody didn't buy a 50 by 100 lot. Some people bought 2 lots and they built the house on it and they abandoned the lot line. So instead of having an average of 50 feet all around you, some people may have a 50-foot lot. Some people may have a 100-foot lot. You go back to the original drawings, you saw where it was 2 50 by 100 lots and the dividing line was abandoned. That threw off that average. The initial hearing in front of the BZA was a unanimous vote in favor. Ms. Higgins did appeal it. It is a personal difference between Ms. Higgins and myself. She is certainly entitled to her opinion, but she's not entitled to her own facts. The average lot size came to be, because of a ordinance that we have in place, you had to have 52 feet. As I said, the average came to be 51.5. It basically came to about a 16-inch variance. The reason I wasn't to that meeting, we had a city council meeting held at the same time down at Bees Landing, and that's when the International African American Museum was on the agenda. And you all remember that meeting. It was a big turnout and certainly a big vote to move forward with the building of the International African American Museum. The appeal was heard without me being present or even my attorney being present, and all the BZA voted for was to have another hearing. If you call that a victory, I guess it is, but the facts still remain. I didn't apply for another hearing because I realized, why on earth, to build an affordable house, should we have to go in front of the BZA to get an exception for 16 inches on a lot frontage? Any one of you all, I'll challenge you, and even Ms. Higgins, can you ride along the street and look at one lot from the front to another and say that one lot is 16 inches smaller than the other? And the whole issue in Ashleyville was 50 by 100. This lot is, again, if you took 309 feet, divided by 6, you're going to get 51.5 feet. So the property has not been subdivided. I have kept my word for 6 years and not built townhouses. And I still maintain that I'd like to build 6 affordable units. This shows you the magnitude of why this type ordinance needs to be passed, because people would take an exception to deprive a family of being able to buy an affordable house. Please tell me 5 houses versus 6. If we built 5 and one family didn't have the opportunity to buy an affordable house because it could have been a 6, why celebrate that? Why not create that? And we're talking about owner occupants. I wasn't going to speak as much as I have on this one, but obviously Ms. Higgins has made it personal. And it's not, because this ordinance applies to the entire city.
I hope Ms. Higgins will have another opportunity to speak.
Mr. Mayor, I believe, is the public hearing session over with? And we're now debating this on council?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I was quiet when Ms. Higgins spoke because she has the right to say what she wants. And I'll support her right to say it. But as I said, she's not entitled to her own facts. Any person on council that owns real estate anywhere in the city of Charleston where this ordinance can apply, if that's the case, all real estate holders in the city on council needs to I guess, abstain from voting. So, but I don't agree with that. The second thing is, Mr. Mayor and members of council who were on council in 2019, when this came forward to city council and the issue of Ashleyville came up, Councilman Sackman, you wasn't there then. I was the one that put, and we have that on, I'm sure it's on tape someplace, that recommended that it go back to the planning commission and our planning department to work a carve out for the historic area. And I think staff has done a wonderful job with that carve out, accepting the historic Maryville, Ashleyville neighborhood from not having to comply with a lot that's 49 feet wide versus 50 feet wide. So that carve out, it has been a year and a half working on that. And in the meantime, instead of creating incentives for the private sector and other locations all across the city to help create, you only get this, and you're right, Mr. Mayor, if you build affordable housing under the guidelines of the city of Charleston. If you don't do that, you don't get it. It's a premise that's worked very well for 100 years on the peninsula. As I pointed out, Councilman Seekings, you may remember, Councilmember Seekings and Mitchell currently reside on small lots on the peninsula. That advantage has not been afforded to areas West Ashley, James Island, and Johns Island. So staff has done a wonderful job. They've put a lot of work into this, and it has taken the better part of 2 years to bring it back for final approval. So that's the story there. Ms. Higgins was not a part of the neighborhood association at the time, and she has since come in and again came up with another thought, and it's certainly been discussed and bandied about. But the average lot frontage, if I did everything even and you divide it by 6, would come to 51 and a half feet. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Warren. Councilmember Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and maybe Mr. Lindsay can shed a little bit more light on this for us, and appreciate Councilmember Waring's comments on this, because I do recollect that we have gone around with this thing for, it seems like, since my first day on council. And I know that the folks at Maryville, Ashleyville had a lot of concerns about this. And Mr. Lindsay, we have incorporated, to Councilmember Sackman's initial question with all of this, we have incorporated those concerns and changes that Ms. Hamilton and the Neighborhood Association for Maryville, Asheville wanted to incorporate, right? Am I right on that?
Councilmember, we met with the Neighborhood Association representatives a number of times, and what we have incorporated is the 50-foot lot frontage request from them. So there have been a lot of things discussed, but we have collectively heard that the 50-foot lot frontage is the most important aspect to the character of Ashleyville, Maryville, and that has been incorporated. Now, we've had a lot of discussion about incorporating other components to it, but that is the part that we have met with them about, discussed, and incorporated in, is the 50-foot lot frontage.
And I think that they have thrown their support behind this as amended.
I don't believe that the Neighborhood Association has specifically opposed or spoken in support.
The other question, and I think that you've answered this before me in the past, but this does nothing to create a, lack of a better word, a loophole for the creation of short-term rental units throughout the city, particularly in West Ashley.
That's correct, Councilmember. This does nothing to create a loophole for short-term rentals.
All right. So what we're talking about are these detached units, and I think the roughly square footage of these detached units would be about 800 square feet or so. Is that right as well?
No.
Could you say that once more, Councilmember?
So what we're talking about is what this chart I'm looking at. I was just trying to figure this out. The size of these units could be as big as the existing house on there, or
so, Councilmember, let's make sure we're talking about the right thing here. This is not about the accessory dwelling unit ordinance. You may be one step ahead of us here. We're talking about.
I think I may be on that.
First of these, this does not specify anything. The one we're talking about now doesn't say anything about the size of the house itself.
That's right. Thanks for the clarification. Yep. But I do think that we have incorporated, and Ms. Higgins has been very vocal about the objections she's had with this. And she's talked with me, she's talked with Councilmember Sackett and Councilmember Waring for quite a bit about all this. But I do think overall that this is incorporating the major changes that that the neighborhood is looking to incorporate.
And one other thing, remember to respond to you in full, we did also remove, we incorporated their request regarding parking as well, in addition to the lot front.
Yeah. And just for those of you who have not been around this neighborhood, those concerns are genuine concerns. And I think we've all been very sensitive to the Maryville-Asheville area. It is a unique neighborhood. The streets are narrow, and the houses are in some places very close together. So I think that this is trying to respect and maintain the character of those neighborhoods. Thank you, Mr. Lindsay, for keeping me straight on the right ordinance as well. Appreciate the comment on that.
Councilmember Jackson and then Appel.
Thank you. Mr. Lindsay said what I was going to ask, because what I remember of hearing from Ms. Hamilton and the HOA as they came out to the different Planning Commission hearings in particular was about the parking. So between the 50-foot wide lot frontage and the parking, those were the two major changes that I think this ordinance achieved on behalf of the neighborhood. And I think maybe to help Ms. Higgins and if there's anyone else in the neighborhood that has lingering concerns after we take a vote, it would be very helpful sometimes to play out the what if scenarios, and just sort of maybe someone from the planning staff could sit down and literally, if this happens, then what would this look like? And sometimes that just sort of eliminates some of the hard to understand concepts or the envisioning of changes to a piece of property when you're not really, that acclimated to the whole process of zoning. But this is all about lot sizes. And if we're going to restrict the types of uses, knowing that you can't put two townhouses side by side unless you've got a reason to build a townhouse or, permission to build a townhouse, I think that should also answer a lot of the objections that I heard. As indistinctly as it was hard to hear at the Planning Commission. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Appel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I distinctly remember this matter coming before the BZA. In fact, it may have been the first time I had the privilege and honor of hearing from one council member, Keith Waring, who I've come to really enjoy working with over the last several months. Affordable housing is difficult to bring to market in the city of Charleston and most places around the country. Arguably, this is by design. Zoning has had a discriminatory negative impact on poor people and especially African-American people in this country since the day it was invented. We have to decide as a city whether we are going to make affordable housing a priority. There's a lot of talk about it, but this is when we have to be about it. This is about removing impairments, barriers, obstacles, costly opportunities for neighbors to come in and interject and complicate and kill deals at these hearings. I'm not accusing Ms. Higgins or anybody else of doing this with any particular development in Ashleyville, Maryville, but I've seen it time and time again. People will come in and they will use pretextual matters to shoot down affordable housing projects because they don't want certain people living in their neighborhoods. Period. That's the reality of it. And I've seen it time and time again. We need to depoliticize affordable housing. We need to make affordable housing easier. That means quicker, less expensive, less risky to get these units to market. Because I got news for the folks in Ashleyville, Maryville. They are the next frontier of gentrification. It's just a reality if we don't do anything about it. This is a measure that'll actually help prevent gentrification. And, in government and in policy, we have to decide on priorities. What's more important, keeping Ashleyville, Maryville non-gentrified or historic minimum lot widths? Really? I mean, we got to get real about this. And that's the reality of it. I am thrilled to see this ordinance passed. We need to do much more like this. Frankly, I think it's a bit of a tempest in a teapot. And I think my colleagues on the BZA would love to have their agendas shortened by not having to hear affordable housing dimensional requests, which this ordinance avoids the need for. So I'm in full support of this measure. I think staff has done a tremendous job, and I look forward to voting for this tonight.
All right, any other comments or questions? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Ayes have it. Now for third reading and ratification.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you for that discussion, and thank you, Ms. Higgins, for your participation as well. Back to Mr. Lindsay, I think, with number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A brief introduction here. This is an amendment to Chapter 54 of the zoning ordinance to allow for accessory dwelling units in the city of Charleston. And in brief introduction here, just to give you all a quick overview. The first thing is that cities across the United States have allowed accessory dwelling units. This helps homeowners by providing them with a source of rental income that they can use to supplement, to pay their mortgage, repair their home, send a kid to college, whatever they want to do. This also provides diverse housing opportunities for the people who would rent the ADUs when they're built. Everybody else in the Low Country has already adopted accessory dwelling units. They're legal in the county, city of North Charleston, Mount Pleasant, and they're actually already legal in portions of the city. Daniel Island has had ADUs since the 1990s. A lot of our PUDs allow them. And there are existing grandfathered ADUs throughout the city, especially in some of our old neighborhoods like Wagner Terrace and Burns Downs. There are quite a few. Also, just in brief introduction, this is something that, in my personal estimation, I don't think is going to fundamentally change this city. A lot of the population of our city live in neighborhoods that have covenants and restrictions in place that would prevent ADUs from being built. If you live in a modern subdivision, for example, a lot of those already have private restrictions. If you live in a multifamily property, obviously you can't build one of these. Anything that's zoned DR or STR in the city can already build second units if you have space on the lot. So this really applies to SR zones where you can't already build a second unit or an ADU. This just helps the few people who can take advantage of it. It's also recommended in the Housing for a Fair Charleston report, the Chamber of Commerce, the downtown plan, the list goes on. So that's just a brief introduction. And this did go to the Planning Commission. They recommended approval 7-0. And they had a couple of modifications. They requested to remove the affordability requirement and add language to incentivize affordable ADUs through an optional financial assistance program. And they also added an additional comment to the staff for us to look into ways that the planning department can make the development of ADUs as affordable as possible. And we've worked on both of those items. So Mr. Morgan, if you'll go to our next slide here, we'll just briefly walk through this table. Now you got to kind of squint at this one to see all of this. This is a chart that compares Mount Pleasant's ordinance with Charleston County's ordinance with ours. And to just hit the highlights here for all of you, about halfway down, there's an item that says maximum number of occupants in each ADU. In Mount Pleasant, you can have 3. In Charleston County, there's no maximum. In the city of Charleston, the proposal calls for 2 adults as the maximum number of people who could live in one of these ADUs, 2 adults. There, you have to meet your parking requirement. You have to have at least 1 car for the ADU, just like a short-term rental. And the owner has to occupy the property. The owner can live in the ADU or the owner can live in the main house. But in any case, the owner has to reside on the property. So this is not something you can build an ADU and condo it out and sell both units or any of that kind of thing. This is to benefit home ownership and neighborhood stability in the city of Charleston. That's what this does. And if you can go, Christopher, to our next slide. This is just the second half of this. This does require that the builder and owner of the ADU provide us a statement that says that there are no private covenants in their neighborhood that prevent it. And it also requires that states that the owner is going to use it for an ADU. They're going to abide by all the rules, and that is that's a covenant that that goes with the deed of the property. And last, there are two things here. As of the Planning Commission's request, this says that you can do an 80% AMI affordability requirement if you are receiving assistance through grant funds from the Housing and Community Development Department from the city. So it doesn't require affordability, but it incentivizes affordability in this draft. And the last thing, the most important thing, an ADU can never be an STR and vice versa. Short-term rental cannot be an accessory dwelling unit. An accessory dwelling unit cannot be a short-term rental. This is not a backdoor short-term rental provision. So that's my somewhat lengthy introduction. Apologies for this. It's somewhat detailed. And then we just have the language of the ordinance, which we can go through, that has the difference. The blue text will show the Planning Commission's amendments. And with that said, I can go ahead and open this up for public comment and questions, and I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Vanessa, Jennifer, were there any public comment?
I don't have any for number 4. Let me see. No, I don't have any for number 4. Jennifer,
Okay.
do you?
That's correct. I don't have any.
Okay.
Move for approval.
When it comes to council, we have a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the Planning Commission approved it, removing the affordable housing aspect to it. And if, going back to Councilman Mitchell and Councilwoman Jackson and all of us on the community development meeting, that was one of the reasons we pushed the ADU through, was to try to help advance affordable housing in other parts of the peninsula in particular. So when the Planning Commission voted approval and extracted that portion, they didn't have the benefit of obviously discussion of that took place on at community development meeting and certainly or city council. So, I mean, I'm in favor of it, but it would be, I would hope we would put back, I put forth an amendment that we would add back the affordable provision to it. And even if we need to circle back and go through community development again, but the affordable part, without doing the ADU, without the affordable part, I think would be a failing on our part.
I second that.
I did earlier.
Oh.
All right, we have an amendment that's been seconded. Is that okay with you, Councilmember Griffin?
I'll amend my motion to accept that.
You'll accept.
Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion?
Can I ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Seeking.
Jacob, based on this amendment, what do you think, and I know you have to think on your feet on this one, what will the practical effect be of adding that affordable housing requirement component to the actual building of these accessory dwelling units?
Well, what I can do, Councilmember Seekings, I'm not going to give you my personal opinions, but I will give you a couple of the arguments that I've heard in both directions. And the CD committee rightly said that the ADUs need to help affordability in the city. And CD committee said that we want them to be affordable and put an affordability requirement in for ADUs. That's the baseline opinion of the CD committee, is it needs to be affordable to help affordability. The Planning Commission had touched on a couple of points that you may all want to consider. They said, first of all, that the ADU itself, the income from the ADU, makes home ownership more affordable. So if you restrict the rent level of the ADU, then the homeowner gets less money. Therefore, home ownership is not helped as much if you make the ADU affordable. That was one of the things that they hit on. They also said that they like the idea of ADUs being affordable if people wanted to get a financial incentive from the city. So they said, yeah, you can do affordability if the city helps you out financially. And Gianna and her great staff and my staff are looking into how we can do that through grant funds. So they viewed it that way. There was one other item that the Planning Commission also discussed, which is the red tape aspect to certifying affordability, to do an affordable certified home, just like a short-term rental. Every year the owner would apply to the city of Charleston to certify that their unit is in fact affordable. And that would be an annual renewal of their ADU license. And they said that might discourage a homeowner from even building one. And that is the basis, I think, of the Planning Commission's thoughts and their amendments. So I would leave it at that and let the council discuss.
So Thank you for those clarifications. Could I ask Ms. Johnson to address, and remind me, we were at 80% if it was a rental, 80% AMI? And did you do any playing with the numbers as to how much rent that would afford someone? And then I just want everybody to keep in mind that these aren't big houses. These are like tiny houses. They're just up to a maximum of 800 square feet. So relatively not that expensive to construct compared to building a regular home.
Correct, Mayor. Under the ADU, we were looking at 80% AMI. That's a one-person household earning about $45,000 a year. So if you looked at 30% of that, that's the kind of rents we're talking about here. And so my petition or my comments to the Planning Commission was such that if you had an option to rent to an 80% person or a 150% person, naturally you're going to go for the higher percentage. If we're actually, in fact, trying to use this as a tool for affordable housing, then naturally the 80% is the fair market rents that HUD applies to our particular formula and the persons that we assist under a rental provision. And so that is what we discussed in CD committee and thought was appropriate before Planning Commission made their comments.
So if, based on your scenario, you said $40,000 a year, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you can charge 30% of the income. So that's $12,000 a year or $1,000 a month rental for a tiny home. I mean, that doesn't seem like such a bad deal to me. Admittedly, there's no restriction if someone wanted to build an ADU for family use. If you have a family member, a mother-in-law suite, you'd be able to build one on your property, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So I would favor us keeping the affordable provision in there. Let's see how it goes. If after a year nobody's building one, you know, we could adjust the percentage or even go back to the thinking of the Planning Commission later. But I think to get started with, to keep the affordable, it's harder to add it later than it is to take it away, if you know what I mean. I prefer to keep it in place now and let's give it a go and see how it works.
Mayor, I think you bring up a pretty good point there from a private sector getting into the affordable housing game. It'd probably be good if we pass this to keep a track of it yearly to see what actually is going on out there in the market, because it'll give us a pretty good insight into how that's working in the private sector, which we're going to need some help from anyway.
That's a great idea. Can we do that, Mr. Lindsay?
Sorry, Jacob.
He's frozen.
Yeah. Well, I'll apologize to him tomorrow, but I do think it will be helpful to us to keep those
Too much
statistics.
because I actually was cut.
We can do that.
You guys
I think my
There's
I don't
several.
know what's going on with Mr. Lindsay. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate Councilmember Waring, you know, choosing to re-amend or put back the amendment that are the parts of this ordinance that the Planning Commission in its wisdom recommended that we eliminate. I heard their conversation about it, and I do feel like they had good points to make in looking at it from the standpoint, and I think in particular, they were talking about properties on the peninsula. As we know, you know, values are pushing people out of their longstanding neighborhoods. And so the idea that the Planning Commission, I think, really latched onto was the proposition that if we remove the requirement to make a unit affordable, that a homeowner that's lived in a house on the peninsula and is feeling the pinch of fixed income or rising values for property taxes or whatever it is, would be able to to borrow to get a unit in place that would then be a source of revenue for their own purposes as a longstanding homeowner. And I do think that argument has a lot of merit. I've thought about that, assuming that maybe we would be putting that version of the ordinance into play. And frankly, I think that that's a risky proposition to start out with in the away from the peninsula, because we know that we have a much bigger challenge of enforcing no short-term rentals in places where our neighborhoods are stretched out and our enforcement officers are not, necessarily catching on to the short-term rental scene it's on the peninsula. And I just feel like I was going to have to vote against this whole ordinance if we put it forward without the affordability clause and made it applicable to the whole city. So I'm going to support the amendment that puts affordability back, but I really do think we need to watch it. And if we don't have, any new units being created, then we need to go a different direction. But I appreciate the opportunity to discuss it.
Sure. Councilmember Mitchell, did I see your hand up?
I think Councilman Sacrum has hands up.
Okay, Councilmember Sacrum.
Thank you, Mayor. Just Jacob, could you speak to, because I'm looking through the ordinance and tried to read some of it, and nothing really stood out in terms of existing units that are in someone's backyard and what they would have to go through to get them converted.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think my connection is back here. So in regard to the conversion of existing ADUs, this provision, generally speaking, that's not an issue. And the reason is that if you've already got an existing ADU that's permitted, then it'll remain grandfathered. So this doesn't really speak to that. This is about someone who is unable to build that unit today and wants to come in and build one where it wouldn't otherwise be allowed. So if you already got one there and it's permitted, then you're going to.
All right. If he froze up again.
Jacob.
Or were you finished?
Jacob.
All right, I'm going to stop my video feed. Can y'all hear my audio here?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'm video off. I don't know what's going on here. My connection. This, if you've already got an ADU, you're grandfathered in. This is not going to affect you.
All right. Would anybody else like to be heard or ask a question?
Councilmember Mitchell, did you have your hand up?
No, I'm good.
He's good.
Okay.
My question already been answered. Mine already been answered.
All right. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please, as amended, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
The ayes have it. All right. Thank you very much. I think both of those measures have been a good day for affordable housing in the city of Charleston. Let's hope so. Okay, number 5, I bet this is going to go back to Mr. Morgan.
Yes, sir. All right, we'll zip through here. Okay, can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is E5. It's 416 Riverland Drive on James Island. It's a 1/4 acre lot. It was recently annexed. This would be a zoning of SR1 from the R4 in Charleston County. And SR1 is very typical of Riverland Terrace when we bring properties into the city. And Planning Commission recommended 7-0 for the SR1 for this property.
Would anybody like to be heard on this matter, Vanessa or Jennifer?
I don't have anybody on my list.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Number 6.
Okay, another one in Riverland Terrace, 450 Riverland Drive. This is a 1/2 acre lot. Again, R4 in Charleston County, coming into the city as SR1, and the Planning Commission recommended 7-0 in favor of the SR1.
Looks like they got a nice view of the golf course there. Vanessa, Jennifer, anybody on this one?
I don't have anybody.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Number 7.
Okay, whoops. This is at the front of the Carolina Bay subdivision. It's on Savannah Highway. It's a 6.6 acre tract. at TMS number 30705000015. It would come into the city as general business. It is adjacent to other general business property. It was R4 in Charleston County, however, it has never been developed. It is at a signalized intersection. So it's one of the few signalized intersections in this area of Savannah Highway. Planning Commission did recommend 7-0 for the general business on the site. And here you see an image. There's a adjoining apartment complex. There are townhouses to the rear. Again, you can see the signalized intersection. This is also where the connections to the West Ashley Greenway cross. So in our opinion, it's a very appropriate place for a commercial development.
So Christopher, this is number 7. We have to hold it for annexation. It's the second reading.
Correct. In other words, it would have final readings tonight and could have final readings on the annexation as well.
Yes, but you have to do the annexation first. I'm just saying we have to come back. We have to come back to number
Make a
7.
motion that we defer this until after we annex this property in or take a vote on the annexation.
Yeah.
Second.
Well, with all due respect, I don't know that we need to technically defer it. We'll just hold it in abeyance, if you will, until we vote on the annexation. That's all right. We'll come back to it in other words. Y'all remind me. Number 8, if we can move forward.
Was anyone speaking on the public hearing? No one signed up to speak?
No, I didn't have anybody. The one that I had, that the last one is number 9 for somebody to speak. So you can move forward with number 8. I don't have anybody.
My name's Edmund Watkins. I'm here to speak on, can y'all hear me?
We can actually, sir. Which item are you wanting to speak to?
I'm representing for number 7.
Oh, for number 7. Okay, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We'll give you a couple minutes. Please go ahead and share your comments.
I just wanted to let y'all know that I support that zoning to general business, and if I'm here if y'all have any questions. And when will the annexation conversation occur?
In just a little while. I think it's in a later part of our meeting, sir.
I think it's under second reading or first reading, one of the two.
So we should
Very good.
We should get to it tonight. It's under second readings in our agenda. I'm not
All
sure.
right, thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you. All right, back to number 8.
Okay. This is an old street right-of-way, several streets right-of-way in the Somerville Avenue area of the peninsula. It's about 1.4 acres in size. It now has a tax map number of 46402000107. The request would be for general business for the property. It is now used as parking area and maneuvering area for the lumber yard, office redevelopment, and these older warehouses here. And Planning Commission recommended approval of this 6-0. Here's an aerial image. And again, you see the renovated warehouses that are over here and this old road right-of-way that would become parking area in the surrounding area. And it's in our job center, so it all works together with the comprehensive plan.
All right. Did any one of the public want to be heard on this, Vanessa or Jennifer?
Not on my list. I don't have number 8.
Number 8.
Jennifer, do you have anyone? I don't.
I don't have anyone.
Pardon me, Jennifer?
No, she doesn't have anyone either. We can just continue to move forward.
I'll move for approval.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Mitchell, I saw your hand up a moment ago. You're on mute, though. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, I want to make sure that they contact Ms. Button in that area and let her know this. Up in Rosemont, I don't know if they have, just make sure that she's aware of this, because otherwise they're going to say they wasn't aware of it, and they'll come back to me and they'll come back to the city too.
Okay, this is on the other side of I-26, of course.
In Somerville Avenue, you go around, you have so much development and construction going on around there, they usually use that Somerville Avenue to go and come sometimes. So I just want to make sure that she's aware of it, that this was taking place, because that's still part of that area.
Yeah, but you got to go all the way around by you wouldn't go from here to there.
I'm saying.
Can't go from there to here. That's the problem.
But Mr. Mayor, you know the area. You know what I'm talking about.
I do. We'll make sure Miss Button knows.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, gotcha. Any further discussion from council or questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Now for third reading and ratification.
So move.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. And now our last public hearing matter, number 9.
Okay, this is the corner of Fishburne Street and Cumming Street in the West Side neighborhood. It's presently SCDOT right-of-way. We discussed this in the context of the Shepherd Street PUD because this has been identified as land that could potentially house houses moved from the Shepherd Street PUD area for affordable housing in this location. Staff, when we reviewed this, we were going to give it the MU1 workforce housing, the same kind of zoning that we had on the nearby Ingle Street. However, at the Planning Commission meeting, there were a number of folks that came out and said they would prefer it be zoned the same way as in the surrounding neighborhood, which is DR1F. It might mean that the lots here might have to have a variance or two, but Planning Commission felt like that was more appropriate than the MU1 workforce housing. So the application reads the MU1 workforce housing. However, Planning Commission recommended DR1F. I'll show you the aerial. You can see it's been used as kind of a green space up till now. However, with housing units here, it will help make Fishburne more of a traditional street on this end again. And again, putting affordable housing in this location is not unique to this site because again, we did similar work in the Ingle Street area where I'm pointing to up here to the northeast of the property. So it's trying to, you know, fit as many opportunities as we can for affordable housing in this area of town. And this is this is a street level view. There is a nice tree on the corner. We've got some fencing up here and it is being worked on for a dedication from the DOT to the city and to an affordable housing provider here. So staff is supportive of either of these districts, the original that we had recommended, the MU1 workforce housing, or what Planning Commission recommended and the neighborhood asked for, which was DR1F.
Esther or Jennifer, anyone from the public on this one?
Yes, I do. I have, let me see, it's Miss Drole. Let me find her. I remember seeing it.
Ms. Drole, are you there?
I am here, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
We can hear you.
I am here, Mr. Mayor.
Great.
Catherine Drole, can you hear me?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Okay, good. Catherine Drole, Historic Charleston Foundation. We are excited to support this rezoning request. As Mr. Morgan stated, a rezoning of this property supports the addition of some new affordable housing units for the city. Charleston Redevelopment Corporation has been working to solidify a deal with developers at the Shepherd Street PUD to relocate 2 structures to this property and to rehabilitate them as affordable housing that will remain as such in perpetuity. And we urge council to move forward with the rezoning. Thank you.
Well, terrific. Thank you for your support. Anyone else?
That's all I have, Mayor.
That's all we got. So it comes to council.
Move for approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion to approve. I did have one question, Mr. Morgan. Do you know if they can bring those 2 houses over there? Are they going to face Fishburne Street? Do they have Fishburne Street addresses or face Cumming Street?
Yes, sir. The idea is that they would face Fishburne because Cumming Street would be too difficult, you know, with driveways and things like that and the right turns off of the crosstown. So they would face Fishburne and be more traditional kind of Fishburne facing houses.
Septima Clark Parkway.
Septima Clark Parkway. Yes, sir.
That's right. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I support this. I do think that maybe we should take the Planning Commission and the neighborhood's recommendation and change our vote to a DR1F. Again, I listened to the Planning Commission discussion about this, and I'm also, this is the property that would potentially be the repository for the houses for the Shepherd Street PUD that we just gave first reading to tonight. The CRC is hoping to take delivery of the land and be the contractor owner that would move the houses. The sad fact is one of them might not be able to make the move in the time frame that the owner, the PUD owner, needs it to happen. DOT won't even make their decision about transferring this property until the middle of September. And the memo of agreement that CRC is going to sign with the PUD developer would require that the houses be moved by that time frame. But one of the houses is not historic and it's not in very good shape. So we're hoping that we can at least move one that would be the most historic, and then have a better lot that could be a little more flexible to be a new construction lot next to it. So I would recommend the DR1F unless Ms. Johnson has a reason to advise us that MU really needs to be the answer.
Well, with the Planning Commission recommendation of DR1F, the motion to approve would include that zone, correct? So I think we're square with the Planning Commission.
Gianna needs to, y'all, I think she's saying yes. She's nodding her head.
Yes, that's correct, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard? Councilmember Waring.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could Mr. Morgan or Mr. Lindsay touch on, I guess, the differences between MU and with the Planning Commission recommended, DR1F or whatever it was?
Well, again, DR1F is what the surrounding neighborhood is zoned. It could be that there might be a variance needed based on the size of the houses that would be moved onto the site. We don't know until they're fully, engineered to go there. But we think that, we've heard from the neighbors that they'd be supportive of, a variance process if that had to happen. But they were nervous about the MU aspect because even though the city was going to be involved in these transfers, they didn't like the fact that there was a commercial aspect of allowance under MU, even though, on the Ingle Street redevelopment, for example, those were all MU, and technically, yeah, you could have some commercial in there, but they're all affordable, deed restricted affordable houses as
Gotcha.
they. But the neighborhood, it just made the neighborhood nervous, and we wanted them to feel, comfortable with things. So,
thank you.
All right, any other questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? So that mostly concludes our public hearing. We'll come back to number 7 in a little bit. So next is our citizen participation.
Move for approval, the minutes, council minutes.
Second.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, we got a minute. It's July 28th. I'm about to skip over them. We got
Okay, Councilmember Mitchell, who's the second?
Second.
Thank you.
Any additions, deletions, corrections? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Ayes have it. Now we have our citizens participation period.
Okay. So I have 5 citizen participation comments. The first says 10 people are in support of the Charleston Coalition for Wireless Safety Standards. The next one indicates 1 person asked the city to be active in closing down or limiting tourists to the city and events. Closing restaurants and bars for the first week of August will help businesses get their feet ready for the fall. The next one is from a person who would like the city to trim the palm trees at 207 and 215 Fishburne Street and a hole and the sidewalk on the corner of Line Street and President Street needs to be repaired.
Taken care of.
Another citizen opposes the noise ordinance at 9 p.m. And finally, the last one is two people in support of a comprehensive citizen carriage safety ordinance. It is to step up the right direction of making tourism practices safe and sustainable. I think City Council was probably also sent something from Christopher King, which I believe goes along with this carriage safety ordinance. Did council receive anything from Christopher King?
Yes. I did, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. So that's all I have.
Great. And did we have anyone sign up to actually speak to us directly tonight? Do you know?
We do. Tonight, we have 8 people that have signed up for citizens participation, and we have Amy McLeod as the first person, to be followed by Allison Price.
All right. Miss
How
Amy,
many minutes? How many minutes, Mayor?
we're going to have a 2-minute period each, and look forward to hearing your comments. Amy, you want to proceed first?
Yes. Good evening. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear.
Mayor, council members, Amy McLeod, 125 King Street. Listen, I'll be brief. Again, we know from the city's responses to our Freedom of Information Act request that the city, despite the plain language of its ordinance number 2008-114, has failed to require Crown Castle to procure liability insurance. We also know that the city has failed to require any other site developer or telecom provider to procure liability insurance for wireless facilities that are being installed in the city. We know from these responses that despite the plain language of the city's small cell wireless facilities application, the city has not required these applicants to file with the city the, quote, required original certificates of insurance, close quote, with endorsements that shows yet these wireless facilities are going up. This shows that the left hand does not know what the right hand is doing. Hear me well. The 1996 Telecommunications Act makes clear that any wireless facility lower than 200 feet in height is completely unregulated by the FCC. The FCC does not test the radiation levels of these facilities. Local governments, that's y'all and the county, have the power to regulate the placement of wireless facilities. The Telecommunications Act reserved to local governments the power to regulate the placement of wireless facilities. Thus, the city of Charleston and the county is the first and only line of defense against illegal radiation levels. Finally, the FCC's current standards, which are from 1996, before anybody had a cell phone, for the general public exposure to radio frequency radiation, they are being challenged in federal court. This is what I tried to speak about last time before I got cut off. They're being challenged in federal court as not protective of public health.
All right, Amy, thank you so much for your comments this evening. And
Allison Price.
Allison is next. Allison.
And Miss Price, I just sent you a request. Can you hear us?
I can.
I can hear you. Can you?
Please
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Good evening. I'm calling in tonight to also voice concern with the wireless densification that is coming with the 5G infrastructure. My biggest concern being the health impact. I personally have been diagnosed with a medical condition that is either aggravated or caused by radio frequency radiation. And in the last year since this diagnosis, I've worked very hard with my family to either shield or remove radio frequency devices inside my home. We've moved to completely safe wired technology, so we use the internet via hard wire instead of wireless. And although I have done so much work to lower my exposure, the installation of a cell tower or any small cell infrastructure anywhere near my home would expose me involuntarily to very high-powered radiation. So my choice would be taken away. So I'd just like to reiterate that we urge you to carefully consider this issue,
to use the precautionary principle when making any decision, and to protect, in the very least, schools and residential areas. I'd also like to say that alternatively, 5G technology can be delivered via hardwire cabling. That's already being installed. It's being run between the wireless towers. It can be run right into a building with zero radiation or health risk. It is more reliable and secure internet, and the cost is comparable, if not less. So we don't have to choose between advancements in technology or safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Appreciate that.
Okay, so I have another person, so she's going to have to forgive me when I say her name. Rita Kaczynskis, or Rita Kaczynskis. Is Rita here to speak?
She is.
Yes, I am here.
There she is.
Rita, you'll have to tell us how to really say your name.
I know that D throws everybody off. It's Kaczynskis.
Okay. Kaczynskis.
There you
Thank
go.
you, Rita.
All right. So I have 2 minutes, yeah?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. If you are not aware, there's a group of men that comes to the Battery on weekends to wave their Confederate flags. I hope you have seen the video from July 5th where one of these men breaks a flagpole over the back of a young counter-protester. Existing city codes prohibit any conduct that causes injury and allow for the refusal of future permits if groups violate their permit. I believe this same group has another permit for this Saturday, and I'm asking in the interest of safety to please revoke it. I'm also asking your help to ensure that no more permits are issued to groups who violate safety rules. One young man has already been attacked. I'm asking that you please adopt the Greenville ordinance that prohibits flagpoles at demonstrations and forbids flags over 4 by 6 foot as presumed threats to safety. The weekly displays of the Battery include a truck with an estimated 20-foot fabricated steel pole assembly and a flag that's about 12 by 18 foot. The same group is now making threats to bring their ostentatious display throughout our city. Please address the safety hazard before that pole falls and hurts somebody or that giant flag comes loose in the wind and causes a traffic accident. Because of the COVID pandemic, this very council has passed several emergency ordinances in the interest of public health. Permits that were being issued included a statement requiring that all participants must wear face coverings. Somebody recently revised the permits and excused the mask requirement by adding that individuals with an exemption must maintain a 6-foot distance. In the interest of public health, I'm asking council to remove this exemption and require masks for all permitted activities. I'm also asking council to please exercise the existing passive park classification and ban the weekly disruptive ongoing weekly displays. Unlike the days of old, the primary purpose of our park is to be a place for everyone to feel welcome. I thank you for your time. I've sent emails with additional details, and I look forward to discussing this matter further if required. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita.
Okay.
Appreciate
Next is Elizabeth Fort, to be followed by Franny Henty.
Hi there. Hi there. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Elizabeth Fort, and I'm speaking as a representative for the Charlestown Neighborhood Association to clarify our longstanding position regarding regulation of carriage operations in our city and in our neighborhood. CNA supports efforts to establish and maintain reasonable, effective regulations to ensure the health and safety of citizens, passengers, and working animals. CNA endorses a comprehensive citizen carriage safety ordinance proposed by the Charleston Carriage Horse Advocates. We do not believe the proposed amendment, which only focuses on the unhitching of wagons, goes far enough. We feel that the minimal safeguards included in the comprehensive citizen carriage safety ordinance are necessary given the increased congestion on both sidewalks and streets, coupled with the effects of truck, bus, and construction traffic. Brakes and breakaway equipment on all carriages, drug testing, criminal checks of drivers, and child restraints are common sense and need to be enacted for the safety of all of our citizens and visitors. Thank you for your consideration.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Ford.
Franny Henty.
Brandon.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Thank you all for your service during this pivotal time in Charleston. Some of you were in attendance at the webinar today presented by Dr. Emmerman. Dr. Emmerman is a highly educated stormwater scientist, and he enlightened us that some regulations of the 2013 Stormwater Manual were missed during the permitting process of the Central Park cluster. Dr. Emmerman also gave testimony at the James Island Drainage Council. We are looking forward to working with the city and the county in partnership for a resolution. The county's ground truthing could use some pencil sharpening in this area. I don't think it's been accurate. In fact, I've had a surveyor separately challenge that, and I had to get some drainage work done right here by my house. We're hopeful this can be accomplished without legal activity on our part. To approve the Central Park cluster is in violation of the 2013 stormwater regulations. Thank you so much for your consideration and your service.
God bless. Thank you, Franny.
All right, next we have Edmund Watkins. Edmund Watkins.
Vanessa, he spoke during public hearings, so he may not be speaking again.
Okay, cross through him.
Can y'all hear me? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Edmund Watkins here.
Yes, did you want to be recognized during public participation also?
Regarding
whatever
I'm
you
only here for
speak for.
Okay, have you
no,
spoken
sir.
already?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, we just had you on the list twice in two different places.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
No, that's okay, thank you. I called your name, so I understand. All right, so the next person is Joe Elmore.
And Vanessa, this is Jennifer. The telephone number that he registered with is not on the line.
Mr. Elmore texted me during the meeting and indicated that he wasn't able to connect, but he'll be submitting some written statements and wanted me to mention that. Thanks.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you. And so the final person will be Ted Corvey or Corvey.
And I just sent him a request for him to unmute himself. I can't unmute him on my end.
His last name's Corvey.
Is it Corvey? All right, so Ted Corvey, thanks, council member.
Mr. Corvey, can you hear us?
Mr. Corvey, can you unmute yourself?
He may have logged in as just a listener. Can't you do that? And then you don't have the option to speak?
Well, he signed up to speak.
All right, well, if Mr. Corvey shows up in a little bit. Oh, there he is.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, now we can. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Okay. Sorry about that. Some technical difficulties. I appreciate y'all's patience. Mayor Tecklenburg, honorable council members, I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Ted Corvey, and I'm an attorney for the Charleston Carriage Horse Advocates, which is a local nonprofit whose mission is to improve the condition of Charleston's working animals, improve the overall safety of the carriage industry in Charleston, and to serve as a voice for community concerns regarding the carriage industry in Charleston. Before the council tonight will be a first reading of a proposed ordinance that really focuses on the hitching of carriage horses and carriage animals in the wake of the tragic incident that happened in July. The proposed ordinance reflects a common sense safety measure and one that should absolutely be written into law and enforced by the city. Its proposal and its affirmative support by the industry is certainly noticeable. This proposal and its support by the industry reflects several key points of agreements between the different sides of this issue, which I think is important. However, despite the agreement on this issue, I don't think that it is enough. There have been a significant amount of safety issues that have endanger the lives of tourists and residents and business owners of our community for a long time. Since 2016, there have been over 90 documented carriage industry safety incidents or accidents, specifically 12 runaway carriages, 20 incidents causing bodily injury, 25 where working animals have fallen or been injured, 32 incidents involving motor vehicles, 9 related to failures of equipment and or tack of the animals, 20 incidents where working animals have spooked, and 28 incidents involving property damage in the city, and that's just since 2016. The frequency of these safety-related incidents underlies the urgent need for this body to consider a complete review, if not an overhaul, of the existing ordinances regulating the carriage industry. Indeed, there was an incident in 2015 with regard to a horse named Blondie, in which the Tourism Commission and the Livability Director, Dan Riccio, did a full review of that. And
please wrap up, Mr. Corby. Thank you.
Thank you. And they completed a full review of that incident and made a number of recommendations. Those recommendations are in fact aligned with the common sense safety proposals that we will be proposing to the Tourism Commission and hopefully to this board in the near future. And we certainly will appreciate the opportunity moving forward to present the Citizen Carriage Safety Ordinance, and hope that we can all work together to make our city and our tourism industry safe for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right. Did we have any other citizen communications of any kind?
Not on my list, Mayor.
Okay. Well, that ends our public citizens participation period. Thank you all who participated and shared your comments with us tonight. So next we go to our petitions and communications. We have an update on the city's response to COVID-19. I'm going to ask Tracy McKee to start out with an update. I'll just briefly say that the numbers are heading in a better direction than they have been over the last month and 6 weeks. Hospitalizations are down. She'll give you the details. But I just want to, I can't stress strongly enough that even if our numbers start going down and go down a lot, it's not a time for us to be complacent until a cure or vaccine is available. This is a new normal. We're all going to have to continue to wear and preach the wearing of masks, washing the hands, watching the distance, the 3 W's. So that's my little soapbox. I'm going to turn it over to Tracy McKee. Tracy?
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, members of council. I don't want to keep everybody too long, but just to reiterate what the mayor already mentioned, our numbers are definitely going down. I guess the caveat with that is that, you know, a lot of our metrics are based on testing results. Testing is also down. Our positivity rate is still, it has dropped, and the positivity rate is just the number of positive tests out of the total number of tests performed. So that is dropping, but it's still a little on the high side. So we still have some work to do there. And really, you know, I think the mayor said it best. I mean, now is not the time for us to take our foot off the gas. We have to keep doing the things that we're doing. There's some important kind of things that are coming up that, you know, could impact the progress that we're making. You know, we've got Labor Day around the corner and, you know, schools opening in various capacities. So lots of things happening in the next few weeks that could be an impact that we need to be very vigilant of. And I'm happy to answer any specific questions that folks might have about our numbers.
Councilmember Gregory.
Yeah. Where are we in terms of the positivity rate? Are we still in the teens?
We are at the county level, at Charleston County, we're like at about 15%. I did see today at the state level that it took a little jump today. So, however, you know, the volatility from day to day is is high. But the volatility, the rate, I think at the state level was closer to 19% today. So I think that was reported on this afternoon, just before we got started here tonight. But yeah, still a little on the high side. According to the experts, we really want to be at least under 10 and ideally around 5%. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Shea.
Tracy, when, and I should have kept up with all this, but when are the students from the College of Charleston and I believe the freshman class has already come into the Citadel, am I right?
I believe that's correct with the Citadel. We've been, I'm not fully up to speed on the schools. We have had a team that's been meeting with the schools on a regular basis to talk about their plans and make sure that we're all coordinated and communicating. But I do think Citadel has some students back on campus. They are restricting them to the Citadel. So we should not.
You have the ability to do that, don't they?
They do. So we should not see any cadets running around the city at all, is what is my understanding of the situation there. College of Charleston did push back their starting date. I believe it's around September the 15th. Please don't take that for the gospel. But they did push it back. But I understand that we do have students that are already moving back into the city. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some shift in our numbers in the next few weeks.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think that when the colleges come back into full swing, it'd be interesting to monitor how these numbers are modified. As we all know, the University of North Carolina had to go switch out to all online based upon their numbers going through the roof. So I know we were working very hard and very closely with President Hsu, and he was instrumental in getting us to pass the initial mask face covering ordinance, concern for his students. So something we need to keep our eye on the ball with how those numbers may or may not change.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more.
So if I may add a couple of more numbers, I thought it was really fascinating. Last week, DHEC did a statewide study of jurisdictions, towns, cities, and counties that had passed a mask ordinance compared to those who had not. And apparently almost half of the state population now is under a jurisdiction, or within a jurisdiction, I should say, that has a mask ordinance. So there was a decrease in the jurisdictions that had the ordinances, a drop on average of about 30%. Tracy shared with me that in the city of Charleston and our zip codes, that over a 14-day period, our numbers actually improved by 60%. So we help with that average. But the jurisdictions in the state of South Carolina that did not have a mask ordinance actually saw an increase in COVID cases over the same period of 15%. So there was a pretty wide swing, so to speak, between the jurisdictions that had mask ordinances compared to those that did not. All right, Tracy, did you have anything else, or did you want to call on Shannon?
I think Shannon was available for questions, but he didn't have anything specific to share tonight. Okay. I know he's watching something that's potentially brewing, but that's a little ways out. So,
right. Any questions for either Tracy or Shannon regarding COVID or hurricanes? Councilmember Rappel.
I've actually got a question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What's the situation at Roper and MUSC? Do we know?
Yeah, so we're getting reports from pretty much all the hospitals that they're seeing a decrease in their number of COVID patients. So that's consistent across all the hospital systems in the region.
It's
Good.
Their hospitalizations at MUSC are roughly a third of what they were a month ago. And I think Roper is similar, maybe 40%. So good improvements there. All right, so without further ado, could I call on Susan Herdina to explain to us where we are with our ordinances regarding COVID-19?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. We've got 3 matters tonight. They're items I2, I3, and I4. And I2 is, again, continuing our local declaration of the state of emergency. As everyone's probably aware, the state has an ongoing, continuing state of emergency. We are continuing the local declaration of the state of emergency and extending it to September 25th, which would be to include the second meeting in September of City Council to consider it at that point again. That's I2. I3 is again an extension of the emergency ordinances that have continued to be relevant to City Council. We are continuing all of them, asking you to continue them until September 25th, with the exception of one of them. And the ordinances that were this emergency ordinance is addressing, they are outlined in section 2. We're continuing those until September 25th. Section 3 requests a continuation of the emergency ordinance on new or additional outdoor dining until for 60 days. It would expire on 61 days or October 17th. So we have been asked to continue that one. So we're extending that as far out as we could under an emergency ordinance, which is 60 days. That's item I3. Item I4 is an amendment to the emergency ordinance that's been passed previously. There's one amendment that appears in section 5, and that is striking the language that a person has to first be warned to put on a mask before they're found in violation of the mask ordinance. And that was a request that had come from our livability court officers as well as police department. Those are the matters that are up for consideration this evening, Mayor.
And if I may go ahead and take the liberty and ask Dan Riccio with livability to give some explanation as to that last matter. Dan?
Yes, sir. Let me turn this up a little bit. Thank you, Mayor. Let me begin by saying that we are nearly 2 months in since the ordinance was adopted. We provided an education and warning phase for the first 3 weeks before we have issued any summonses. I feel that the city has been very diligent with notifying the community and the visitors about the importance of the ordinance and that it is a mandatory requirement. We are continuing to do this through press releases, more than adequate signage posted throughout the city, electronic message boards that enters into the city, and the message that reflects that the city has a mandatory mask requirement. We're also engaged with the Charleston Visitors Bureau, notifying all visitors to our city who are occupying hotels and tourist attraction venues of our important message. I can tell you that it is evident that residents and visitors alike are getting this message, because out of approximately 95% of people we encounter without a mask on have a mask with them, but often crumbled in their hand, folded in their pockets or purses, or simply dangling around their necks. So our view is not because they are not aware of this ordinance, but probably because it is an inconvenience to some to simply wear the mask at all times while in public. But I do want everyone to rest assured that every person my officers encounter will not receive a summons. My officers will continue to use discretion with each and every encounter. So by removing the exception for providing a first warning to each individual will not only be beneficial with consistent compliance, but in my view will be definitely instrumental in contributing to the slowing of the spread of COVID-19.
All right. So
Move for approval.
Is that for all three of those items, may I ask?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have a motion to approve I2, 3, and 4 as amended. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Okay. Councilmember Griffin and then Mitchell.
Yes, sir. I have a couple of points I'd like to make about number 4, I4. Remember, my first is a question, Mr. Mayor, for you, and then I've got a couple of comments I'd like to make. But I was wondering if you had any thoughts or discussions about potentially getting rid of the 9 p.m. curfew on the music, because I know I've had several business owners, restaurants reach out to me and also to Meg Thompson and others asking, how long the city plans on doing that. And I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on that or whether or not you had thought about that at all.
Believe it or not, no one has brought that to me. I'm glad for council to discuss that. But nobody had raised an objection as of late to me.
Well, hopefully that'll be coming to you soon, because I know it's been brought up to me and a couple other council members as well. And some information has been asked to Meg Thompson as well on that matter. So hopefully she will get that to you. But I know that I've had multiple businesses call me and see if we had any discussion about that subject or what our timeline was as the number of cases continue to go down. And kind of moving back to the mask ordinance for a second. I went down on King Street on Sunday and had lunch, and I will support Mr. Riccio in saying that many people had masks in their hands or on their bodies, but did not wear them correctly. In fact, I would imagine that the majority of people wear a mask under the bridge of their nose, which makes no sense whatsoever, because with breathing, you're going to breathe in air and you have to cover your nose or it just doesn't work. I'm wondering whether or not we need to be more diligent as a city to put more signage out so that people know when they're outside and not doing a physical activity, they have to be wearing a mask. Because ever since we made that change, I haven't seen the behavior change all that much. And I'm wondering whether or not people understand that we require you to wear a mask when you're walking to and from an establishment, walking to a place of business, not just while you're inside. I know we've provided great signage to our local businesses, and they're posted. I'm proud every time I see them on the door as you go in saying the city of Charleston mandates the masks. I know we've got some traffic signals set up around the city that say that masks are required, but I'm wondering if we could maybe put some on some park benches or some other public parks or public areas just to remind people that while you're leisurely outside, you should have your mask on as well.
I think that's a good suggestion.
In terms of the getting rid of the warning, I'm really, really nervous about this. And when I say that, we are, I can understand that it's hard to force anything. We've had this ordinance that is basically, it's trial and error. There's no right answer and wrong answer right now. Times are difficult. We're unsure of what the future looks like, and we have to continue to audible and adjust and adapt to ever-changing society. But there have been some instances that I've heard, and I've some occurrences that have happened that I kind of had an idea, feeling that this was coming. I I can understand, I do understand that there have been a couple incidences where individuals, especially in the tourism industry, have questioned the authority of livability officers a little bit and wanted to know why they weren't written a warning first, or said that they're required a warning. And I'm just wondering whether or not we think as a city it's a good idea, because we've had a couple of instances with people who may just have a really negative response to authority. Should we really get rid of the opportunity to warn people and not attack their pocket when we're all struggling financially? $100 ticket is not a cheap fine. I mean, a parking ticket in Charleston is only $14. This is $100. This is, I mean, I know a lot of people that make $100 a day. So you're talking about a complete day's wage out of their pocket, and you don't have to give any warning whatsoever. I mean, if we're going to do that, we might as well tell our traffic officers that they don't need to write warnings if somebody's going 6 miles an hour over the speed limit. I mean, we've got to have some common sense here. And I think that by taking away the warnings, we're doing a really sad disjustice to our citizens and the visitors who come to Charleston. That, let's be honest, when you travel from one area to another, do you look up that local town's municipality, their code of ordinances, and read through their ordinances to see what's on the books? I don't go to the Bahamas and look up what their laws necessarily are. I mean, we can't expect people to come here and just know that and then be hit with $100, $200, $500 ticket right off the bat.
Can I speak to that, Mayor?
I'm still speaking, Mr. Riccio.
Just a minute.
I think that we're creating a totalitarian system with our livability department by doing that. And I don't think one department should have that sort of authority in the city. And I think that we should have some common decency and some courtesy to not allow a couple of bad situations, 1 or 2 occurrences, to dictate what we do as an entire city. And I'm really worried because if I got hit with $100 ticket because I stepped out of my car, and because for 25 years out of my life, I haven't had to wear a mask, and I step out of my car for the first time and have forgotten it, and maybe walk up near the door of an establishment and see the sign that says you have to have a mask on, and then it hits me and say, oh, okay, common sense. Let me go back to my car and get my mask. In between then, I could get a $100 ticket without any warning whatsoever. And to me, that makes no sense. And so I'm not going to vote for that, and I'm not going to support that.
I'd like to respond.
Yes, if you don't mind, Dan, please. As Dan mentioned a minute ago, he certainly, his officers will use courtesy and due discretion and continue to try to educate. But Dan, if you would please share the difficulty, the impracticality of effectively trying to enforce this ordinance, as council asked us to do at our last meeting. And you know, it's not like a person walking down the street has a license tag on their car that you can track a week later as to whether you gave them a warning or not. So anyway, Dan, if you'd address that.
Yes,
please.
sir. Thank you. I will tell you that with our local industry, with our tourism industry, and I personally have issued several summonses because of the lack of compliance from individuals that are representing the tourism industry in the community based on complaints that I have received. But I can tell you that I have communicated this message to local businesses, to local tourism industry, and everybody's on the same page. They realize the importance, the majority realizes the importance of the safety that we have to go through with this ordinance. Now, there are some that want to defy authority, and that's fine. We will deal with that on an individual basis. However, these individuals that have been cited were given warnings prior. It's much harder to issue a warning to a visitor and follow up because you may never see them again. And there's no way of knowing that this certain individual had received a warning. But I can tell you that with my communication through my office, and it's no abuse of authority or whatever, we have communicated through all entities of the business community, retailers, tourism, all of the above, and they all say the same thing: you're picking on me. And then the tourists or other individuals say you're picking on me. Well, we have to set a precedence here. People are dying, and if this is what it takes to get the message across, this is what we have to do. So I am moving forward with whatever I am directed to do for the safety of everybody involved.
Thank you, Dan. Councilmember Sackman, and then Shay, and then Mitchell.
I was saying.
Mitchell had to stand up before I did, and so did Councilmember Gregory, Mr. Mayor.
I was about to say yes, Councilmember Gregory too.
Okay.
I'm happy to defer to Councilman Gregory or Mitchell because I think they had their hands up first.
All right, Councilmember Gregory.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Council, I listened intently to Councilman Griffin on the 9 o'clock. I think we should leave things the way they are, given the fact that things may be getting better. I don't, now is not the time for us to change up. As for the mask, I don't think the warnings are necessary. Okay? I think we need to enforce the mask ordinance. It saves lives. It's just that simple. I'm not going to get on that mask train to make it political, because that's what it sounds like it's getting to, and I don't think that that's necessary, especially when we're talking about saving lives. Also, okay, this virus is killing certain populations much more than others. This virus is having an unbelievable effect on Black and brown people. So everything that we could do as a city, not just to protect Black and brown people, but to protect ourselves. Because to me, if we're talking about strengthening our economy over time, it's about wearing the mask. It's about creating a more healthy community so that we can thrive economically. They go together. So I'm not discounting what you're saying, Councilman Griffin, but I think that we need to be a little more thoughtful in terms of the actions that our council has directed staff to do. And if we don't, then people are not going to take us seriously. I think it's very important that we enforce the rules accordingly, because I think as we do that, we're saving lives. And to me, that's the bottom line. I understand when I was your age at around 25 years old, some of your thoughts are probably similar to how mine might have been. So just take it from an old man. I think that what we're doing as a city right now, okay, is very, very good for us in the long run economically. If we start lightening up on any of this stuff and our numbers start changing, what will we affect? In addition to people dying, we'll also be affecting our economy. So I think that we need to make sure that in protecting our lives, okay, that we clearly understand that we're boosting the potential of our economy over time. They go together. They're not separate. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and council member, right before we got on to Ways and Means, about 4:20, my home phone rang and I ran out and answered the phone. It was a young lady on the phone telling me, Councilman Mitchell, I live in your district. I hope you don't vote for that mass ordinance again. You need to throw it away because it's nothing but propaganda. And if you support that, we're going to make sure that you don't win no more election again. So I told her, do what you want to do. Election is not what I want running. I'm not worrying about elections. I'm here now. And I said, I'm going to support the ordinance. Then she mentioned, well, we'll come by your house. We are all, I said, if you come, I said, now, Mr. Mayor, I'm a nice person. But if they come by my house, they'll have a little problem. I just let them know that. That's just the way I am. This is private, you know. So she hung up, but she didn't leave a message. She called on a private line. So I'm saying, you know, people are looking at this thing, but it's very, very serious. I already went to 7 deaths so far with this COVID-19. Some of it was my family, some was at my church, members of the church I belong to. This thing is very serious and people are taking it lightly. So we need to really push the issue. The last council meeting, we made the motion. And I think Councilman Griffin made spoke about it too, saying that we need to stop putting fines down to people if they're not going to really adhere to it. So we have to be vigilant on this and we have to do what we have to do. This is a very serious matter. If we don't get this done now, tomorrow's going to be too late. We want our community, we want the restaurants, we want all the businesses to start flourishing again. They got the kids going back to school. But if we don't do something now to keep this going, to curb it, we're going to be in trouble pretty soon. We got the flu's going to be coming up here, probably flu season coming up. We got so much other things going to be coming too. So we not be trying to put a curve on it before all this takes place. So we're trying to do the right thing. And I think if people listen to the prayer that I made about the nation and really think about it seriously, they'll understand exactly what's going on. That's all I have to say, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Sacrum.
Thanks, Mayor. You know, I certainly understand where Councilman Griffin's coming from. I've received the same calls and understand those business owners' concerns. I'm fully supportive of the ordinance. I personally would like to see us enforce it. You know, forget about the warning, just make sure we enforce it. I've been saying that, business owners have been saying that. A different perspective from a business owner is, you know, I have folks that come from out of town, tourists, locals, and when they don't see others wearing a mask, they come into my restaurant, give my staff trouble and hassle because they basically say we weren't aware. So I think it's disingenuous, and you know, Councilman Griffin is not on, and I will say to suggest that if you come to Charleston, you're not aware of a mask ordinance. If you're living in the United States at this point, you realize that this is common practice. Having said that, you know, as we begin to see numbers decrease, I will ask that we look at the 9 p.m. music ordinance and make sure that that is one of the things that we start to relax from the get-go. I don't think business owners are saying anything about the 50% capacity, the social distancing. I think those are things that we all support and business owners support. But, you know, as we start to loosen up the restrictions, I will ask, you know, that 9 p.m. Live music piece be one of the things that we really consider relaxing. You know, business owners are hurting and we realize that. But they are bending over backwards to stay within the restrictions that we've imposed on them. So with that, I just want to say that, you know, I fully support the ordinance. Dan, I know it's a tough job. I would like to see us just, you know, I get calls and emails from my constituents all the time that basically say, I walk down King Street, you know, I see folks out not wearing a mask. Police officers are a block away, not doing anything. I just think we need to make some examples of folks. And I know it's difficult to enforce, but I'm hearing it time and time again from business owners and constituents. Let's enforce what we have on the books. And I think business owners will welcome that. And it'll set the tone for folks that come into restaurants expecting not to wear a mask.
Well, I agree. And I think this little amendment just makes it much more practical for our livability and police officers to be able to do that enforcement. Councilmember Shade.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're about to enter into a different phase. And the reason I asked Ms. McKee about the College of Charleston, because we know that the colleges are cranking back up. We also know that schools are going to be cranking back up and students are going back to school. And so we're going to see an increase in these numbers. And Councilmember Gregory, Councilmember Mitchell, your comments about this is touching home to all of us as to what this virus is affecting and what portions of our population are being greatly impacted by this. And we need to be cognizant of that and fully aware of the impact it's having on our citizens in our community. My office is on Broad Street, and when I walk out of here and I walk down towards King Street or towards Meeting Street, this is what I see. Yesterday, a large bus of tourists drove up and stopped right in front of my office. About 25, 30 folks, young men, got out of the bus. The driver was wearing a mask. Nobody was wearing a mask. They all just came right out of the bus at the same time. I have seen carriage tours going by Broad and Meeting Street, and the driver of the carriage has got his mask down like it's a chin strap. I've seen that happen on numerous occasions. People are flaunting this. Ignorance of the law, let me say this again, ignorance of the law is no excuse. Zero excuse. You don't know what the law is, I'm sorry. You educate yourself. You have an obligation to educate yourself as to what the ordinance says. When you come to a city, and you have an obligation to probably find out. It's just common sense. We know this debate has been going on for months now. And as a mayor, you just pointed out, and I think that study that he had published, I read the same report. The number of municipalities and counties that have mask or face covering ordinances, those numbers are much more manageable, much more down compared to those areas that don't have a mandatory face covering ordinance. Those are the numbers. And we're about to go into, as I said earlier, into this new phase, and we know our numbers are going to go up. We can't relax. We can't take solace in the fact that these numbers are are declining to a more reasonable level. We have to keep our foot on that accelerator. Dan has got one of the toughest jobs, if not the toughest job in the city right now. We need to put as much tools in his toolbox to make this more effective and helpful for him. Let's not change horses in midstream. Let's keep this thing going. Let's make this mask requirement without a warning. I know that they will do what they have to do as far as using some discretion on folks. If someone forgot their mask, left it in the car, I'm sure they'll give them a break on those sort of things. So let's keep up the work that we've been doing. We've been trailblazers with this. I want to make sure that we keep that momentum going. Thank you.
Councilmember Brady.
Councilwoman Del Chapo has had her hand up for some time.
I think you did too.
Yep. I'll defer to Councilmember Del Chapo in honor of the 100th anniversary of the 19th.
That's a smart move.
This time only, in other words.
That's a smart move.
I just had one quick question. I think some confusion is coming in as far as where you can naturally social distance and still needing to wear a mask then. So if maybe there can be, if there's an educational opportunity there or some language to be built out to just provide some clarity, that's kind of been one of the biggest pieces of feedback that I've received, especially given that, a lot of my district, you can naturally be far apart from one another. It's not the same as being downtown in the peninsula. And so going more along those CDC guidelines of, we have plenty of space between us. So if we need to somehow build that out a little bit more and provide some more clarity, I think that might be helpful.
Yeah, I agree. And I agree with Councilmember Griffin's observation that the signage we have is really well covered on the stores and in our parks. But we could do some more yard signs. We use those same signs we use in parks and get some more of them out and put them out in public spaces so that people know just when they're walking down the sidewalk in the street, anywhere in the public, you know, that the mask ordinance is in effect, unless you're exercising. That's an exception.
Mayor,
Where we say
if I can can I chime in real quickly?
Yes, sir.
Jacob Lindsay and planning is approving signage for King Street, a more permanent, or throughout the city, I should say, that is more permanent signage to bring awareness throughout the city of Charleston. So I don't know if he's still on, but he was about to approve it, and Traffic and Transportation was going to manufacture the signs and install them. So that is already in process.
That's in process. Terrific. Councilmember Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to touch on one thing. I think, you know, Charlestonians understand kind of hurricanes. So when a hurricane's coming directly at you, not just scraping up the coast, and you board up your house, when the hurricane comes ashore and you have one of the worst parts of the storm, you get to the eye and there's a calm. And it's not the time to go outside and start taking the boards down off of your house because there's still another portion of the storm coming. And that's exactly how I kind of view the mask ordinance. We're through kind of one side of the storm, and we don't want to have to weather another side of it. So it's not kind of the time to let up. That being said, it's very much like a speeding ticket in terms of how we're changing it. Instead of it just being a mandatory warning, it's now more of a discretionary warning. And law enforcement officers do have that ability in myriad situations to use their discretion, because not everything goes with a fine and a penalty at all times. And I think this gives the livability officers and our law enforcement officers the capability to use their discretion. And for the flaunting of the ordinance, this gives them the tool in their toolbox to issue a significant fine if they find that appropriate in that given situation. But it gives them the discretion that they can warn when they need to, but also write a meaningful ticket without it having to be a mandatory warning. So I'll be voting in favor of that, and I want to encourage my colleagues to as well.
Right. Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I mean, if we do the signage, could we make sure the signage just says that it's against the law not to wear a mask is against the law? I mean, we say wear your mask, okay? Yeah. I've seen all the signs all over the place. Yeah. But somewhere we need to say it's against the law. Okay.
It's the law. How about that?
Okay. Make it clear. Let's make it clear. Okay. All right.
Hearing this is to approve I2 and 4 as amended. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay for number 4, aye for 2 and 3.
Got you. Thank you, Councilmember Griffin. So next we'll move on. Thank you for all that discussion. That was very helpful. Next is our council committee reports. First up is Councilmember Shade with Committee on Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Committee on Public Safety met on August the 11th. We received an update first on fire stations number 8 and number 11. Fire station number 8 is on the Hughie Street fire station that had some serious roof problems that were discovered from some structural issues that have come along. Chief Curria and Jason Konsberg gave us an update as to the repairs and the options that are available to moving that fire station to the American University of South Carolina site while the repairs are being done. And looks like that fire station number 8 in the immediate future may be a candidate for upgrade like we're doing the other fire station on Cannon Street. So we're working, the fire department and Mr. Konsberg's department are working together to relocate on a temporary basis and get them back into that station as soon as possible. We're not finished with fire station number 11, but progress is moving along rather rapidly. And so we're hoping that we'll be into that station in a short period of time. We will have liquidated damages because we are renting that space, and we'll be covering those in the near future, but hopefully we'll be getting into that. We do not have anybody to give us a update on hurricane preparedness, but I will tell you that I did speak with Shannon after the meeting, and he did appear at my monthly constituent meeting, Coffee and Conversation. I'll just share this with you to discuss in the light of COVID-19, because this has come up quite frequently on evacuations. There are, I think, a total of 6 sites qualified in the greater Charleston community. I may have that number wrong, but because of spacing and limited availability, I think we're only equipped throughout the county to accommodate 600 residents. So if the evacuation order is given, we're not going to have a lot of spaces locally. Those areas, those evacuation sites are located in the north area. So our citizens are going to be left out. And we're going to have to get the word out when it comes to, in the event of a storm, evacuate early because of that. The next item of business was on face covering compliance. You just heard from Dan. I don't think I need to repeat anything. I think the total number of warrants issued was only was 18, but actually he has sort of given us a pretty good report already as to the enforcement of face covering. We have Wendy Stiver, I think was on. Wendy, are you still with us?
Yep, I'm here.
So we got an update on the racial bias audit, illumination project. Wendy was hired, we stole her from that foreign country called Ohio. Down here, she's doing a wonderful job. My communications with her, she's been very receptive and informative for me as to how we're doing with the racial bias audit. And what we learned from that is this transition from the illumination project into the racial bias audit compliance. With that introduction, Wendy, would you just want to give us a real quick Reader's Digest version of where we stand with compliance with the audit and how we're transitioning from the illumination project?
Absolutely, and thank you very much. So I'd like to give a shout out to Bob Kale at the College of Charleston, who's done a really great job of helping to bring both the ideas from the illumination project and the racial bias audit in and wrap them up into a 5-year strategic plan. That plan has been rolled out internally, and we're doing as much as we can to make it as accessible and digestible to everybody in the agency. And then the next stage is to get out and do some community meetings with Chief Reynolds to show how that transition happened and how we wrapped both the illumination project and the racial bias audit into a roadmap for the next 5 years for implementation. As far as the audit itself goes, we're making really good progress. We've implemented some things as recommended by the audit, but I think it's also really important to point out that we're going to go back and test those and evaluate them as well to make sure that we're not just checking boxes and we're actually, what we're doing is taking root and it's working.
So if anybody have any specific questions for Wendy, this is a good time to ask, and we'll continue to get updates on specific programs.
Councilmember Gregory.
Yeah, Wendy, will you be able to let us know what are the structural changes, especially policy changes, that we will be making? I think a 5-year plan is great, but I also think that we need to be very clear that we have to deconstruct some things that has caused us to have the kinds of findings that we did have. And that would include some major policy changes. So I'd just like to, at some point, you don't have to do it now, but at some point, I'd like for you to connect with the commission, because the commission also will be looking in conjunction with our Public Safety Committee, the implementation of the racial bias audit of the police department. But we'll be looking for structural changes and policy changes so that we won't have to slip back into the same kind of abyss.
Absolutely. And some of those policy changes have already been made. So it's a matter of really beefing up our analytical capacity so that we can dive into the numbers and see, are they having the effect we want? So I think both are very, very important. And a lot of the organizational work was done by Chief Reynolds and his team before I got here. And so they've really, really been working very hard to make progress on that.
And we'll do that, Councilmember Gregory, when your commission is up and running, which will be very soon, I know. Yeah. Councilmember Waring.
I'm gonna just reserve my comments. I just want to compliment the chief and Ms. Diver, and obviously you and staff for following through on the findings to make the improvement. I know it's not seamless. I know it's tough, but we're making progress, and we're making progress without having been forced to do so because of a traumatic event. So thank you for what you're doing, and I look forward to the updates. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And when it may be good to go ahead and send that PowerPoint presentation that was demonstrated at our public safety meeting to all council members, so they would have that as a point of reference as well.
Absolutely. I'll get that out to you.
Good. So I don't think any action needs to be taken, Councilmember Shade, on your committee. That was all.
Well, the last thing on our agenda, Mayor, was an ordinance to make it illegal to jump off bridges, and which was, I thought, a rite of passage for young people to do in the Low Country. That ordinance was not voted out of committee by a vote of 3-2, was disapproved.
Great. All right. So no action is needed on any of those items. So all for information. Next, we'll go to our Committee on Public Works. Councilmember Waring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Committee on Public Works met yesterday. And as you see on your agenda, item A1 or AI, request of authorization for the mayor to execute a memorandum of understanding and temporary access and construction easement with 835 Savannah Highway and with the city and the owner. A lot of you all may know this as the thrift store or the old Rodenberg's location in Avondale over there. So some nice things are beginning to happen there. But as part of it passed unanimous in the committee, but as part of that discussion, Council Member Appel had been really involved, obviously engaged on this one. This is in his district. And part of that conversation was possibility of a wall or some sort of barrier on this part of the easement that the city would be taking over. So if it's okay, Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna ask Councilman Appel to address that because it's in his district prior to us voting on it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is a very important and exciting commercial rehabilitation in the heart of Avondale, and the neighborhood's very excited about that. A lot of the hard work and heavy lifting predates my time on council. It's my understanding that the developer has worked closely with the city, the Burnsdown Neighborhood Association, and specific neighbors that live along Craven that back up against this area. And the neighborhood association and the neighbors that are impacted are in favor of the proposal that we looked at yesterday and that we'll be voting on tonight. I would just like to see if from the city standpoint, we could continue to look at potential efficient and reasonable mitigation efforts to kind of shield some of this commercial activity from some of the homes that back up against this area by way of screening, landscaping, fencing, things of that nature. To that end, I've reached out to Jason Kronsberg and Keith Benjamin about exploring some of these options. I don't think it's necessary that we impose this right now at this time. I think a lot of this cake has been baked already and has gone through TRC, and I don't want to interfere with this moving forward, but just wanted to keep that issue alive to see if that's something our staff could look at a little bit closer, just to make sure that we strike the right balance here. But the net effect of this is to rehabilitate an important part of Alicia Alley, which is a city-owned right-of-way. We're going to increase and improve the traffic flows in the area. And the developer is actually going to provide the city with an easement to allow the public to traverse private property to improve and enhance traffic circulation in the area. So this is a win-win-win all the way around. I just hope that as the process moves forward, we can continue to look for creative ways to improve some of the livability issues for the neighbors. So thank you again very much.
Thank you, Councilman. So I move for approval on that MOA.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 And the remainder of the committee is pretty much going to be handled by Mr. Fountain, but I asked all council members to listen up, in particular for the drainage projects going on in the individual districts. The members of the Public Works Committee get pretty much in-depth explanation, but obviously those drainage projects are taking place all over the city. So this is your opportunity, you all who are not on the committee, to have a little Q&A with Mr. Fountain on projects in your area. So Mr. Fountain.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. The first item within the stormwater section was the change order that was approved previously in Ways and Means for the low battery project. That was a change order to install some additional sewer force main at the Coast Guard station that was requested by CWS and was paid for completely by CWS as part of their in-contract utility relocation work. We did then move on to an update on the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation Johns Island grant. There's a kind of a series of different National Fish and Wildlife Foundation grants and a series of different projects we've been doing in Johns Island lately. So we're just kind of providing some clarification as this work's likely to come to council next month for, or Public Works Utilities and then council next month for review and approval. The Johns Island grant is the first phase of the grant. It's approximately a $235,000 grant with it's 50% city, 50% National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. This is looking at similar to the Dutch dialogues, how do you sort of segment and identify drainage pathways on Johns Island that are both currently existing that can be preserved, as well as pathways that could be restored that have been impacted, similar to what we're doing in Barbary Woods. The third item was an update in DuPont Wapu. This is where we're coordinating with the county. We wanted to confirm that this was still moving forward as part of kind of the small project allocation as we continue to work on the 75-25 city county respectively cost split for the first 4 priority projects identified in that basin. We had an update on some ditch obstructions where we're working with the property owner to remove some fencing so that we can go in and maintain a ditch and improve drainage in the area of South Sherwood. And then we went through our major project updates, which I'm going to do very, very briefly. So please let me know if you do have any questions. But Spring Fishburne, that's the US 17 Septimal Clark Parkway Drainage Improvement Project. The phase 3, the underground tunnels, that project is now complete, other than growing some grass on a few of our project sites. It did come in under budget, so that's a good project to be done and closing the books on. Of course, that brings us into phase 4, which is what we're currently working on, the outfall between the Ashley River bridges. Excavation work is continuing in the wet well and the outfall cofferdams. It's about 40,000 tons of total material that has to be excavated and removed in order to build that wet well and outfall. We're about 2/3 of the way through that work, and we'll be continuing that again for at least a few more weeks. Spring Fishburne phase 5, we're working right now to finalize our scope with Davis and Floyd for advanced pump procurement. The pumps that will go into the pump station on phase 5 need somewhere between 12 and 18 months, depending on the pump vendor, for procurement and purchase time for manufacture of the pumps. So we'll be basically bringing those in advance of the remainder of the design and construction contract for that project. The Earhart Tunnel extension, it's the medical district section of the tunnel potential. That is basically at a just over 90% design complete. We're finalizing some bid documents, and the easements are currently being reviewed by MUSC for granting to basically be able to add that tunnel extension. The low battery project, the vertical wall and the sidewalk platform concrete works completed. If you go out there now, it looks like there is a legitimate wall and platform with concrete, and we're basically starting the hardscaping work and preparing to reconstruct the road section on the southern side of the battery so that we can move over and start working on the northern side of the roadway. We're also into design or into sort of final construction drawings for the phase 2 of the low battery project, so we can prepare to qualify bidders for that work as well. For the King Uji project, we have our final preparation for bid phase drawings in that bid document, excuse me, in that project in progress as well. We look to bid that for construction this fall. That's the surface collection improvements. So basically help improve the pipes and intakes on the intersection of King and Uji and extending out in either north, south, east, west directions in preparation for the phase 2 project, which we'll be bringing the scope for phase 2, which is the pump station design and permitting to council for consideration next month as well. Forest Acres, we're continuing to work with AT&T. AT&T has been making steady progress with DOT on their encroachment permit for their utility relocation. We should have more information on their schedule, hopefully soon, as soon as they get that DOT permit, encroachment permit. The Market Street project, we now have full city TRC approval. We're bringing to Public Works and Utilities in the next month, request to take over maintenance of non-standard DOT items in the road intersections, things like the granite curb, bluestone sidewalk. At that point, all the permits will be in hand. We'll just be coordinating with Dominion for undergrounding power on the project, and then that will be ready to go to bid as well. Central Park drainage, we presented a general overview of our completed conceptual drainage improvement recommendations at the James Island Intergovernmental Drainage Commission meeting. We're currently scheduling some smaller neighborhood discussions collaboratively with the county, and we're finalizing plans with the county and city on how we'll move forward into design and permitting on those projects. The Cooper Jackson, this is the east side drainage evaluation. We've completed our first round of field survey work. We're also, based on the initial field survey, we identified areas that were kind of high priorities for short-term maintenance and also maintenance that needed to be done in order to build the survey work to complete the drainage model. We are planning to, starting probably end of this week, beginning of next week, clean most of the drainage infrastructure starting from Stewart in the north and extending all the way south to about Cooper Street. So we should actually see some really significant short-term drainage improvements in that area. So of course, we'll need the model and construction to figure out our capital infrastructure improvements still. Barbary Woods, the preliminary survey work's underway. Briefly discussed the Johns Island NIFWIF grant a minute ago. Those items will be coming to Public Works Utilities next month, likely for scope and official grant acceptance as well. The Windermere drainage improvements, the conceptual engineering scope's been finalized with our consultant, and we'll be bringing that to Public Works Utilities for consideration next month. The Church Creek storage projects, we have a selection committee reviewing our consultant qualification packages right now. We're going to meet this month to continue that process and either select a firm or move into the interview process. The Broad and Lockwood Sunny Day flooding concept review. We have our final draft report in hand from our consultant, and we're just doing our final city review at this point, and we'll be able to discuss those findings. The waterfront hotel area drainage improvements. This is where the waterfront hotel basically relocated and upsized the drainage outfall in the area of the hotel, and we're now working to connect the existing drainage system into that new outfall system. We've seen some real potential for significant improvements for drainage in that area. Weems Court, the improvements have been completed now from Weems Court all the way down King Street, basically. So everything from kind of the intersection of Weems and King South, including Lambeau, should now be draining well into the brick arch system and out into through the battery. The Sherwood project, our fence and tree removal are completed. Field ops has made progress grading out swales and installing new pipes, and we're just coordinating some tree work with the planning department on that one. The South Anderson check valve installation. This is a collaborative project with the town of James Island, where the town provided the majority of the funding for the project, and the city provided the expertise and experience on check valve installation. This has now been installed. It's just north of Camp Road. And we did observe it through some of the recent high tides, and it does seem to be significantly reducing some of the tidal issues we're having on those properties south of Camp Road, which should also help with when we get a simultaneous rainfall and high tide event in that area as well. Mueller Drive, we have a field surveyor. It's become non-responsive, so we've actually had to move on to another surveyor, but we are continuing to move forward with that project as expeditiously as we can. We did complete some pipe rehab as well on President Street from Moultrie to Congress, and we actually had reports from this afternoon's heavy rain events that seems to have really worked, and the residents reported no flooding in that area, despite there being a few local intersections that had flooding outside of that street. And then we did complete some pipe rehab in the Piedmont Maple Hester area as well, in kind of the northern area of Wagner Terrace. And then finally, the Concord Street pump station, we're working on beginning our design evaluation for that upfit of that pump station. For the floodplain projects, we do have 2 additional properties scheduled for demolition following recent acquisitions. And we did get notification that FEMA has approved the Charleston County, the new flood maps, the new firm maps. So we're working with the county and with our staff to prepare the council actions in order to be able to adapt the new Charleston County portion of the city flood maps, like similar to what we did with Berkeley County last year. And that brings rapid fire round to a close.
You do a very good job with that, Rapid. Well, Councilman Mitchell had his hand up.
Yeah, I just want to ask a quick question. Did Mr. Fonson, did anybody ever get an opportunity to check out on Aiken Street? On the east side, Aiken Street, where it floods so bad between Columbus going on down, and where the church is on the corner, Aiken and Lime.
We did. Sorry, I've got to pull up off the top of my head. I know we've looked at the Aiken and Line area. It's within that Cooper, I think it's within the Cooper Jackson. Yes, yeah. Section we're looking at. So the majority of the survey work we've done so far is sort of on the northern side, kind of going from Stewart down through Cooper. So I think we're going to see more of like the long-term potential for improvements following that, but I think we have had some short-term. We've at least spoken, I think, with the church and done some investigation in that area. So I can get back with you, Councilman, on the exact findings. I just have to double check.
Okay, that's fine. All righty.
Councilmember Gregory?
Yeah, a couple of questions. Were we able to get with Food Line in any way to try to deal with their major drainage and flooding issue?
So we did go through and clean all of the surrounding infrastructure, all the public road infrastructure that surrounds that parking lot. And it did seem to help some, but we have not at this point talked with the actual parking facility or the shopping plaza owners to try to see if there's anything we can do to require that. We've had some similar issues in some of the other council members' districts as well, with shopping centers that don't necessarily clean out their internal drains.
Right.
It is challenging, and the way we write our current requirements, we put basically deed restrictions in for anything that's a component of stormwater maintenance on a facility, where basically there is a mechanism for the city to be able to go in and do maintenance if required, and basically back bill to the property owners, or at least go to court and basically have the judge try to order them to do maintenance. It's a series of different options, and those run with the property. The older facilities don't generally have that type of approach, so it really does become more of a private property challenge. But I agree, that one's one I think it's worth continuing to push with that property owner to see if there's anything we can do.
And just a couple of others, Matt.
Councilman Gregory,
yes?
just a moment. We have somebody on the line. I can see names, and their dog is barking. I don't know if
who it is. Yeah, it's been going on for a while.
Yes.
Okay, sounds like it's gone.
Yes, I know who it is.
Okay. I know you. A couple of others: Piedmont, Gordon, Simmons, Moultrie, and I can name a few others. Are we making any progress with, especially Piedmont and Moultrie and Peachtree and Gordon. I mean, these are the parts of the peninsula, some of which we know it's on creek beds, but are there any maintenance kind of things that we could do for public safety, especially in those areas I just named?
Yeah, Councilman, there are. So we've kind of had a list of flood concerns and sort of the Wagner Terrace to the north, and I think it's Hampton Park Terrace to the south, kind of that region of the peninsula. And we have been working through the list. So the two I mentioned, the president from Moultrie to Congress, and then the section to the north, which was Maple, Hester, Alberta, 10th, like that. Those were the first two that were on that list. I'd have to double check the exact next one that is on the list, but Piedmont is on there as well. Enston and Sans Souci is on there. Simmons and Rutledge, we actually did do a significant amount of pipe cleaning in the DOT right-of-way there early in the year. It does not seem to have helped the flooding at this point. I suspect that the DOT system is continuing to be clogged much further downstream of there as well. So we do have that on the list as well to go back there and see if we can look at some additional downstream improvements. But we are working our way one by one kind of through the items that have been identified. And I can get you the list that we've been working with Councilman Saccharin in that area. I can get you the list of the ones that are on there and make sure that there's not any that we're missing that you're aware of as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Saccharin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Gregory, for bringing that up at Food Lion and some of those other locations. Matt, you've been doing a great job communicating with a lot of my constituents, and I think me and Councilman Gregory probably share a lot of the constituents, a lot of the same streets. Councilman Gregory, I just forwarded you the email thread that Matt is on, and he's been really responsive. And I guess my question really is for Chairperson Waring. What's the best way to kind of take a deep dive on some of these issues that we're having? Certainly there's flooding everywhere, but I feel like some of the issues are maintenance issues. Some of them are just regular flooding issues. How do we take a deeper dive in the committee where I could, have a full report out to some of my constituents and some of Councilman Gregory's constituents that have these concerns?
I'm sure Mr. Fountain can, I'm sure Mr. Fountain can address some of that, but I tell you what, some of that, it would be good. You're certainly welcome to patch in on the Public Works Committee meeting. I mean, that's where the nuts and bolts really takes place at. Council Lady Jackson does quite often, and Councilman Shealy does from time to time as well. So you don't have to chairman every time in every meeting, but certainly you're invited to the next meeting, and you'll be given a front and center opportunity to be addressed.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Great. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Fountain? I think Mr. Chairman, you've got one more item.
One more item on that. Well, I think that was for information only. That was Councilman Griffin with the committee to be established out in his district.
Yeah, that was information only. That'll come up next meeting.
That's right. On the Church Creek committee, for the Church Creek TIF committee. So that was just for information only, Mr. Mayor. And that's really the extent of the report, Mr. Fountain ended.
All right. I think we voted on the only thing that needed council approval.
Yes, sir.
Rest was for information. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Matt, for that thorough report. You can all tell that he's got an amazing ability to juggle a lot of projects at the same time, because he's got a lot going on. So thank y'all for that. Next up is our audit committee, Councilmember Appel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had the annual meeting of the audit committee earlier today. We received a report of our external audit from Malden and Jenkins LLC. Mr. Miller Edwards gave us a briefing, and we're pleased to report that we've got a clean audit. Everything looks great, and this is what you want to see when you're a municipal government subject to one of these external audits. His job would not have been possible without the excellent work of our city staff. Amy Wharton and her team do a wonderful job for the city. We reviewed the certified annual financial statement, the CAFR, and our CAFR actually has won awards, if you can believe that or not. I forgot to ask whether it comes with a monetary prize. That would be great right about now, but we'll have to follow up on that. You know, the city is really got a lot to be proud of when it comes to its finances. I mean, there's a lot of talk about certain types of cities being fiscally irresponsible. Well, that's certainly not the case with the city of Charleston. We have a stellar financial track record, and I encourage anybody interested in such things to watch that YouTube video from earlier today. After that, we received our internal audit report from outgoing internal auditor Robert Majernik. He's done a tremendous job making sure that all of our internal controls are in place and improved. There's nothing, you know, really too out of the ordinary. Some minor, you know, employee issues that we've all handled and addressed appropriately. And that is about it. So everything's looking good on the financial front. We did have some discussion about, obviously, the elephant in the room, COVID and the budget related impacts. We are in a position to weather this storm a little bit better than some of our other municipal colleagues around the state. And that's because we've been so financially responsible over the years by stashing away money for a rainy day. We've been able to go into that fund to, for example, prevent the police and fire furloughs that we had discussed as a potential option earlier this year. So we're well positioned to weather the storm. It's not going to be easy. Doesn't mean we're not going to have serious, you know, discussions second half of this year in budget ad hoc to make sure we stay on a sound financial footing. But it's a whole lot better to be in a position we're in, having acted responsibly in the past. And that is about it. This was the first meeting I ever chaired, and we're all still standing and to live about it and to talk about it. So that was great, and I will conclude my report. Thank you.
Okay, and Councilmember Appel, I'm sure you want to ask that we receive it. The report from Robert Majernik, that you want to make a motion that we receive the report, the audit report.
That is correct. We did not take any action on the external audit, but we did take a vote on the internal audit, and it unanimously approved committee. And I'd like to entertain a motion to
move for approval.
Move.
Second.
Okay.
All right. We have a motion. It's been properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Yeah.
It passes.
There you go.
You did it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You did well.
Thank you, sir.
Next is our, I did mean to ask, although most of y'all were at the audit committee meetings, if anybody had any questions before we moved on. All right, hearing none. Next is our committee on Ways and
Move
Means.
for approval.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, move for approval as amended.
As amended.
Yes.
Yes, we amended.
Yes.
There was one item from the bids and purchases that was wrong.
Yes.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, the ayes have it. So next is bills up for second reading. We have 13 items, I believe, on the agenda.
Correct.
Is any of them that someone would like to take separately?
Move to take 1 through 13 together.
Second.
Okay. We got any discussion on any of all that?
No.
Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Now for third.
So
reading,
moved.
Second.
Second.
again of items 1 through 13. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Now we will go back to the public hearing matter.
Move for approval.
Second.
7. Now that the property has been annexed, we can zone it. Second reading to zone that property general business. Any discussion? Councilmember Brady.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as Christopher had talked about, this is at the front portion to my neighborhood, though it's not included in the original PUD or anything since it's currently in the county. But I have had the opportunity to sit down with the purchaser of that property, as well as what the kind of vision is, and have involved the neighborhood in it. They're very much in approval. And so I think it's going to be a good addition to that section of Savannah Highway, as well as kind of an amenity for the Carolina Bay area. So just urge approval.
Terrific. All right. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Now for third reading.
Move.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. So that will bring us all the way to bills up for first reading. I think we have
Very good, huh?
4 items on up for first reading. So first, do y'all want to take these one at a time? We can.
One at a time, please.
All right. So the first one is an ordinance to amend the zoning ordinance so that 2421 Ashley Road be rezoned from general business to diverse residential. The property is owned by Homes of Hope, and it is planned for affordable housing development.
Move for approval.
We have a motion to approve.
I'll second.
In a second, and I'll call on Councilmember Shealy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of you probably know Ashley River Road at Dogwood Road, which is where this property is close to, is it's probably our worst traffic area we have anywhere in the city right now. And you probably also know with Grand Oaks and the way Ashley River Road was laid out 200 years ago, there's very little opportunity, where we're very limited on any traffic solutions here that we've got. A lot of you will remember that when we were forming the West Ashley Revitalization Committee and working through Plan West Ashley, that people in West Ashley came together for meetings, and hundreds of them took surveys. One of the biggest issues we had in West Ashley for this Plan West Ashley was traffic issues. And we found through this process of these surveys and and meetings that we had, that one of the reasons for the horrible traffic that we've got in West Ashley is that 84% of the people who live in West Ashley work outside of West Ashley. So they have to drive out of West Ashley to get to work every day, every morning. And with that information, we were tasked with trying to find ways for people to work as well as live in West Ashley. Work, live, and play, I think, is what we'd said, all in West Ashley. So with this property now, we're taking a business property that's one of the few places where people had worked in this area of West Ashley. And we're turning this into a, we're going to use this, for residential property now. And we're, like I said, this is one of the very few properties where people weren't adding to the gridlock of our traffic and our horrible congestion that we've got on Ashley River Road. If anything, they were helping, because people living in West Ashley were potentially working there. And now we're going to flip this over and we're going to make it residential. Some of the other things that came out of Plan West Ashley was that people had an interest in bringing the standards to higher levels in our, bringing our standards to higher levels in our area, West Ashley. And with this ordinance, what it's going to do, it's going to reduce the standards of construction. And to me, that's not revitalization. The property owner certainly has a right to build on this property. And, but I don't think we should lower our standards in West Ashley. I think it goes against what our citizens stood for when they spent so much time helping us plan and coming to meetings to help us plan West Ashley. So I'm going to vote against this ordinance, and I'm going to ask my colleagues on council to support me in my district. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shealy. Councilmember Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, I was hoping maybe we could call on Shaw Johnson to give some background. I apologize to Councilmember Shealy. It really sounds like you have not been briefed thoroughly about the intent for this property. And yes, it is in the hands of a residential developer who's a nonprofit that is going to do a really first-class workforce housing permanent. It'll be a community land trust venture. So the land will be held in trust for being able to subsidize the cost of these homes for 99 years with a renewable 99-year land lease. But I would like Ms. Johnson, if she has something.
I'm fine with that. Ms. Johnson, would you like to chime in?
Absolutely, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Councilwoman Jackson, for the opportunity. I did contact Councilmember Shealy a couple of weeks ago regarding this site. And so, yes, this is a site that was purchased by Homes of Hope. They are an affordable housing developer who has done a great deal of excellent style housing in the upstate of South Carolina. This is one of the first developments that they're engaging in the peninsula or in the city of Charleston in the West Ashley community. And the city of Charleston, through the Charleston Redevelopment Corporation, in fact, lent this developer $1.3 million in a deferred forgivable grant to help acquire this property. It was formerly owned, a portion of it was owned by the Presbytere, where they had their offices for some time. And then the other portion that would be accessed from the Dogwood side was just a vacant piece of land that was left undeveloped. As Councilmember Shealy indicated, this is general business. So under this current zoning, they have the right to build exactly what they're forecasting to do. 75 townhomes that will be sold to first-time home buyers. The Palmetto Community Land Trust, that is a program of the CRC, is engaged in this process. They will own the land at the end of the construction, whereby these units will remain affordable for perpetuity. Under GB, as we all know, they can build a much larger number of units than what is being proposed, but this number that this developer is preparing to build. The goal in changing the zoning from GB to the diverse residential allows them to build to residential standards, not lesser standards, but residential standards versus commercial standards, which literally saves them about 20% for each one of those units. Now, if they don't get it, they can build GB, which simply means the units will be at a higher cost to that end buyer, but ultimately they will still move forward with getting it done because the need is great. This is what they're in the business of doing. And from all accounts and the information that we've received and been engaged in, know that this organization does a good job. They are working internally with our traffic folks to build these houses and literally following the letter with regard to that. But that is the reason that they are seeking this particular zoning to reduce the overall cost, which ultimately reduces the cost to those end buyers. Thank you.
All right. Would anyone else like to be heard? Councilmember Waring and then Shade.
Obviously, this is a difficult one. Councilman Shealy is right about the traffic up in there. And Ms. Shaw Johnson is right that with the zoning being GB, it's all they can actually build more units than they currently request in the bill. The issue is really traffic, not so much. I mean, Councilman Shealy can speak for himself, but I think he has the realization that something is going to go there. But I think we need additional engagement, realizing that it's going to be developed either on the GB and unaffordable housing, if you will, or we grant this change and we get the affordable housing development. But development is going to go there. What I'd like to do, and I would hope the city and all of us can engage in Councilman Shealy and hopefully our state representative down there, who's Ms. Lynn Bennett right now. That area, from talking to to Keith Benjamin, is currently rated an E from a traffic standpoint, from F being the worst, A being the best. They may be a a way to get a turn lane in there, but it's going to have a lot of momentum behind it. It's going to have more than Councilman Shealy fighting for that. We're going to have to, because it's a state road. The politics on doing that, as we looked at it, there's not a lot of grand old trees that would prevent a left turn, maybe center lane coming in there that would help with, in particular, rush hour traffic headed home. A center lane would help, but that's going to take work over time. And like I said, I'd definitely be willing to be engaged on that, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if you had a chance to have that discussion with Councilman Shealy. This was just a conversation we had yesterday evening, probably around about, I don't know, maybe 8 o'clock, a conference call with Councilman Shealy and Mr. Benjamin. But I know right now it probably looks a little weak that we'd be able to get that turn lane. But if we don't ask and we don't fight for it, we definitely won't get it. And then the property would be developed anyway. So on this one, Mr. Shealy, Brother Shealy, I'm gonna have to vote in favor of affordable housing. But to continue to work for a turn lane up in there that would help all concerns on the traffic situation that's already rated an E. We just need to be engaged more. And the councilman doesn't need to be fighting that one by himself. We need to work on that collectively with our delegation as we go to Columbia to try to get that needed traffic change. But on this one, the housing change, I'm gonna have to vote for that.
Council, thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm glad to help in any way on that. Councilmember Shea.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, a question for Gianna and then a few comments. This organization, Homes of Hope, they sound familiar. Were they the ones who were trying to take over the Orleans Wood area, that housing complex over there, to rehabilitate that?
No, sir, that's Atlantic Housing Foundation, a different organization.
Okay, this just sounded familiar. I wasn't sure if that was the same group or not.
Different group, yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. So Councilmember Shealy is absolutely correct, by the way, folks. In the Plan West, actually, he's citing the right numbers. The number of people who live West Ashley, who travel into the city or elsewhere, is right around that 84% number. And that's why it was so exciting that the American University opened up their ambulatory surgery at Citadel Mall. The number of cars taken off the road has a tremendous impact because of that surgery center being located there. The number of patients, doctors, nurses, medical support staff over there has a huge impact, and it fits right into what he said. Live, work, and play in West Ashley. And for those of us who have the unfortunate mishap of getting caught into that traffic, either in the morning or late afternoon on 61, we know the frustration of his constituents who are traveling over there. But we've been talking about affordable housing all night, and I'm with Councilwoman Waring on this. This is a tough call because we are so compelled about affordable housing, and otherwise I think I would support Councilman Shealy on this, and because I feel for him and I feel for his constituents on this, and he's doing the right thing, bringing this to our attention, and we've got to do a better job of taking care of alleviating traffic on that. So it's with a heavy heart, Councilman Shealy, I can't support you on this one because of if it wasn't for affordable housing, it would be a whole lot easier for us to raise more of a fuss on this, but we've got to address that. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. And we've got to follow up on what Councilwoman Waring just talked about with some easy alternatives, I think, to addressing some of the traffic alleviation issues. Thank you.
All right. And would anyone else like to be heard?
Councilmember Gregory, is your hand up?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, this one's a little different for me in terms of affordability, because it's not affordability that will eventually go away. This is affordability that will be here for a long time. And I wish we can put a dollar value on that, because I think it's considerable when we can get that many units to be affordable for 90 years, as long as the life of the project. So, I mean, with that, I mean, I'm going to have to support it also because this is a rare opportunity.
Thank you. And anybody else would like to be heard? So Councilmember Shield. Yes, Councilmember Shield, we'll come back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The person with the dog needs to, Mayor, this is not the person with the dog.
Whoever's not speaking, please put your phone on mute. That would solve it. Thank you. Councilman Sheila.
Thank you. I just wanted to tell you, thank you for all of your comments. I appreciate it. And, you know, as Councilman Waring said, it's at an E from an A to an F scale on the traffic study. It's an E. Without us doing anything on this, regardless of what we did on this, that traffic's going to become an F more than likely because there's so much booming up 61 towards Somerville now, up past the gardens, and all of those people are going to be traveling to come in, or a lot of them, a large percentage will be traveling right down our road. And I know we've got the Glen McConnell widening, but traffic is a horrible, horrible issue in that area. And I appreciate the support and appreciate what Councilman Waring said about trying to get some help, you know, in that area for the traffic. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shealy, and I'm happy to circle up with you and Keith Benjamin on this as well. And
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to join Councilmember Shealy in voting against this. I know this is going to pass, but I think that if him and I both show why we voted no, that it's because we're very, very concerned about this traffic. Hopefully it'll continue to put it to the forefront. And I'm not necessarily criticizing our traffic and transportation department. I think they do a fantastic job, but we still need South Carolina Department of Transportation to work with us on Highway 61 because it is a hazard, it's dangerous, and it's only going to get worse before it gets better. Every house that we put near Highway 61 creates an overabundance of traffic. And I'm going to stand with you, Councilmember Shealy, because we can't have affordable housing if we don't have some traffic relief over there. If we can get some traffic relief over there, there could be a lot more opportunities for affordable housing.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? I'll call the question. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. So was that 2 ayes and the rest were nays?
I think it was 3.
I don't think so.
Was it 3? Is that what you said? I didn't,
3 nays.
we didn't do hands, so I'm just listening to voices.
Brady?
Raise your hand. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No, nay, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Nay.
Okay, so we're doing all in favor right now, council member. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
I'm an aye as
So
well.
we have 6, it's 7. 7. Did you get 7? Okay.
I think there's only 3 nays.
9.
There's 3 nays.
It's 3 nays?
3 nays.
Brady, Shealy, Griffin.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Griffin, for getting us straight on that. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, before we leave that one,
Yes.
can we certainly carve out an action step? I know we talked about trying to approach the state about a turn lane in there, but if we can, you know, follow up with an action step on that, because that's potentially what's needed there.
All right. Keith Benjamin, you want to provide one for us?
I mean, after the meeting, it doesn't have to. I just didn't want to have that good conversation, and then we can ask for it and see what they say.
Julie.
Mr. Mayor, there is work that SCDOT is moving forward on with the traffic response system for both 61 and Glen McConnell. We know that a conversation about winding on 61 would be a very resisted proposal by the community, and even for myself in thinking about the context of that area. But being able to bring new technology to the signal system in that area that currently doesn't exist, that can dictate at peak hour responding to the traffic there, does bring some improvement there. Obviously, the widening in Glen McConnell and what will be brought there as well. But happy to have any and all discussions and be a good liaison with SCDOT as need be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bender.
Thank you so much. Okay, second item up for first reading. And let's take 2 and 3 together because they're related to the address of 2 Ray Street. One is to rezone from general business to MU1, and the other is to rezone from 2.5-story Old Height District to 3. So
Move for approval, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mayor.
Okay, this is for items 2 and 3. We got a motion to approve.
Yes, sir.
A second, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Then lastly, we have an ordinance to amend our to set forth hitching requirements for carriage animals. This simple measure came up due to the incident about a month or 6 weeks ago, whereby a horse was unhitched, I would say improperly, according to this requirement, and that led to the horse running loose with a carriage half attached to it, I guess you'd say, and so it was specifically designed just for this one safety protocol. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So move.
Got a motion? Got a second?
Second.
All right, Councilmember Brady. Dan Riccio is on the line if you need him to further explain. I don't know that it's really that complicated. Dan, you want to add any background to it?
Yes, sir. Just as a recommendation from our investigation, we felt it very necessary to implement these procedures. We've had overwhelming support from both the industry and the animal society with this ordinance, so we feel very confident that it is the right thing to do moving forward, and an added safety measure to obviously reduce the risk of injuring an animal or ultimately a death of an animal as a result of hitching or unhitching that carriage from the animal during that process.
Mayor.
Any questions of Mr. Riccio
Mayor.
for discussion? Councilmember.
Councilman does. Thank you. Just very briefly, I'm going to vote for this for first reading after talking to Mr. Riccio at some length today and about this just generally with the assurances from him that so long as we're talking about safety, and that's a topic of conversation that's out there now, that there will be, if anyone has any other ideas about safety, that there is a clearinghouse for that to be discussed and considered, and that is the Tourism Commission. I know there's some people, when this came up, have had some other input and ideas about some things. I'm not an expert, don't profess to be, but I think that there should be an open conversation about this. To the extent that there is a single fix for the malady that was out there, great. If there's some other things out there too, but I do think we should at least put it all out there in the public. So with the assurances from Mr. Riccio that that will happen going forward, I'm going to vote in favor of this, and I would encourage my fellow council members to channel anything through Mr. Riccio in his office to the extent there's any questions about continued safety issues in and around the industry. Thank you. Great.
Thank you, Councilmember Seekins, and I think we all concur. This was just a one thing to address a specific incident. We always stand our ears open, improve safety for our citizens and for our horses. Councilmember Appel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I would just like to echo what Councilmember Seekins said. I think that the conversation over safety and reasonableness regarding the horse carriage industry and really any industry we have in the city is an ongoing conversation. We always want to get better and improve in every way that we can. And I would just encourage these additional proposals to go before the tourism commission rather, get vetted, and who knows, maybe there will be an opportunity to add some additional common sense, no brainers to this hitching ordinance on second reading if this work can be accomplished expeditiously enough. So I would fully encourage that process to get underway, for a tourism commission meeting to be held, and for this process to continue to improve for the betterment of everybody. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Waring.
I just want to second what Councilman Seeking and Appel had to say on that one. I'm interested to see what the people in the industry have to say as well, because obviously they don't want their horses getting hurt. So I'm a country boy, and this one's a little bit, we've had horses, so how they this hitching thing, I just need to find out more information about, but I'll vote for it on the first time around.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Terrific. Councilmember Jackson, and then Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I definitely associate myself with Councilmember Appel and Seekings and Waring. I do feel like this is the right thing to amend our ordinance with these particular improvements to the tragic, terrible situation that we all read about and have heard about from constituents and advocates really around the country, I'm sure. So, but I do feel like Councilmember Appel is onto something in terms of asking the Tourism Commission to especially review the ordinance that has now been circulated to all of us in the last couple of weeks. That's coming from a pretty broad-based segment of our downtown community and our historic preservation community. And I do feel like that in itself is worthy of asking the commission to study it as a holistic document. And should we be adopting, a new ordinance, or should we incorporate a lot of what's in that ordinance? I'm no expert. But I do feel like with that kind of cooperative effort from people who are being thoughtful, that we should give them the respect of studying it and considering, a change or an inclusion.
Absolutely, we heard that. All right, anybody else? Then for first reading, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes. Oh, I forgot to call on Councilmember Mitchell. I apologize.
You muted.
You're muted. You're muted, Councilmember.
No, I want to ask Dan a different question. We can carry that motion.
Mayor, he said carry the motion. He wants to ask a different question.
Oh, okay, yeah. The motion carried.
Okay, you're up, Councilmember.
I want to ask Dan a question. I had somebody just called me a few minutes ago and asked me about the mask. If they're asthmatic and sometimes they have to take these masks down back and forth, and if they get caught in the street when they're pulling it down at the same time, what they need to do? Carry a medical paper around with them or something?
No, again, Councilman, everything that we encounter or every person we encounter will be discretionary. We just had court on Monday. We issued a summons to a young lady, and she brought documentation to court, and it showed that she was asthmatic, and the case was dismissed. So we still have that venue to show that they have a medical condition to exclude them from that ordinance.
All right.
So there is a process in place, and it is due process. So I think we're still moving in the right direction.
Just want to ask to make sure.
All right.
Yes, sir.
I can pass that on.
All right, any other business to come before us tonight? So y'all, congratulations. We succeeded just having one meeting in August. It ran a little long because we had a lot of stuff on there. This is what one meeting a month looks like. And our next meeting will be September 8th, and we'll be back to 2 meetings a month in September. So try to schedule a few days off, a little vacation time if you can before the summer's over. And with no further business before us, we hereby stand adjourned.
All right,
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, everybody.
Everybody.
And everybody.
Thank you for a great meeting.